through that. There we go.
Hello everybody, welcome to DGGO number 6, and hello Colexiel.
Hi, Trozz.
Welcome to the zone. We are going to be doing a lot of commentating. We are here for the group stage, which means everybody's playing everybody for the most part. Let me bring up the screen of what we've got for matches today. We're actually going to be, well, let's take a really quick look at where we were beforehand, because this is the 6th one. One funny stat that I always like to bring up is how much Agent Cypher has gotten third. Although last tournament you did break up a streak where you got third instead. Congrats on snatching that from him.
Yep, and now I will happily hold on to that curse, so Agent Cypher may forever take either first or second.
Now Agent Cypher is going to get second 4 times in a row and then get first 4 times in a row? I don't know, maybe that'll go on. But yeah, some cool stuff that we've got lined up today. Specifically, that entails everybody in Group B are going to be going at it against each other. And then the way that that's split up is it's going to be myself, it's going to be the trophy holder from the previous tournament, kopiuyt, going to be nyxnyxnyx, and going to be Agent Cypher. There's 6 matches total, 6 matchups total, and then there's 2 games played per matchup. So it could be a win and a loss, could be 2 either way. We might have to do a tiebreaker depending on how things go.
Yep, that could be interesting. Overall, these decks are really strong. All the players are really strong. Definitely Group B is going to be, in general, just a bunch of good matches, I think.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the Group of Death because we've got Agent Cypher and kopiuyt as the seeds 1 and 2. Then I just kept shuffling it until we had 2 high seeds in a group, and lo and behold, we got it like this. I've also got a lovely stat sheet and pie chart and some other cool stuff here that shows that red and orange combined are dominating over everything else. There's quite a lot of that, and tiny amounts of representation of the others, and no Abyssian this season, so Abby is not in season.
A shame. I was hoping to see some crazy Lilith or even Maeve, because Kasiva would have been a shoo-in if there'd been Abyssian.
Yeah, for sure. You seem to see a lot of them on the ladder, but I guess next season we're going to overcompensate and we're going to have just tons of Abyssians running around everywhere.
Yeah, no, it's either going to be Vitruvian's the minority or Songhai's the minority. It's going to be all Abyssian next season.
Yep. Okay, well, let's jump through 12 games of Group B, and then we'll take a break, see how we were feeling, and maybe it's time for Group A afterwards. Are you ready to jump into game number 1?
Yes, sir. That's going to be first replay for Cypher and kopiuyt, correct?
Yeah, I got these lovely deck lists here too. I'm just going to quickly bring up the 2 of them. Agent Cypher 19 here with the Riva Variety package, so it's going to be a Wanderer plus a bunch of stuff, and then has Xerix doing some 5th Canopic Wishing, so going to look to get a lot of tempo lead, just being able to clear stuff off the board, make big threats that can jump across the board for burst, and then ideally being able to get that free unit out.
Yep.
Versus kopiuyt, the other one for the match today. Also one Wanderer, but has the Kalios Wanderer instead. So you're going to be seeing the Vitruvian swirl action on that side, and then for the... Sorry, I'm looking at the the Kalios Wanderer, which is actually a... kopiuyt's decks this time are kind of funny, because he got the communities to submit decks from. So the deck I gave him is on the left, and the deck you gave him is on the right.
And then we're both commentating. It's funny how things work out.
Yeah. So I'm going to be rooting for kopiuyt as he's playing my deck, and then we'll see if...
I'll be rooting for him while he's playing my deck.
The 2 Bastions is kind of spicy. I like having 1 in there. Having 2 in there, they start pumping each other up, and then you just have the tallest units ever.
Yep. Bastion is crazy. There's a reason there's a cult behind it.
Yeah, for real. Alright, well, let's introduce the other decks as we come into them, and let's just take it from the top of the list down. So we'll start with all of Agent Cypher's games, and then we'll just go from there.
Alrighty, you're the boss.
Alright, so, gonna be doing the usual, where I paste it into the profile, because it just seems to be the fastest. I've got that queued up. Are you ready, Colexiel, to go into game number 1?
Pumped and ready to go.
Woo! Alright, let's go into Agent Cypher versus kopiuyt, game number 1 in 3, 2, 1, paste. Okay, our first game of the season is the Songhai Ditto.
Okay, Kopiuyt's got a pretty good starting hand, I think. The Tar's pretty strong.
Yeah, both players have
Transformation.
the Tar in the opener. Tar a little better for player 2 start. Agent Cypher's going to be happy to have a turn 1 bandit at least.
That Gatekeeper.
There was a bit of a weakness with this Agent Cypher list. It actually has very few... Or it was the Copiuyt list has very few 2-drops. Doesn't have any 2-drops in his current hand, but fortunately, being able to play something on 3 is doing just fine this opener.
Okay, defensive Scroll Bandit.
Yeah. The other placement you see Scroll Bandit is people will try to put it in front to go for the mana tile, but then it is easy to dispel or take out with whatever. And it's only good to do that really if you can get the mana and then teleport out or something.
Let's see.
So Copiuyt with the strongest turn 1 play that you could basically ever do. It's just a Gatekeeper.
Yep, and it's going to be threatening both those mana tiles. It's going to make it kind of hard for Cypher to kind of jump anything forward. This Gatekeeper could just probably whack it.
Yeah, not much opportunity for using the Repulsor Beast to set up a backstab, because Gatekeeper is just going to take a step and finish it off anyway. And so desperate you are for a spell. Oh, Agent Cypher, as it turns out, really wants the spell, even though doesn't have a open slot to use it. Agent Cypher is going to draw a card, and if it's going to be the spell from the opponent's deck, it's going to burn a card off the top.
Let's hope it's a good spell.
This is a pretty good way to deal with the Gatekeeper, because it is basically stuck there forever now. Until something like a juxtaposition comes up. Yeah.
Yeah, he could juxt Repulsor Beast.
Agent Cypher does not want to overflow with spells, just going to step away from this Gatekeeper. Repulsor Beast just kind of serving as the kind of removal. Copiuyt's got a lot of burst damage with this Flame Wreath. Could potentially reactivate it twice, or get it hitting twice to do a full clear.
Yeah, no, he'd be able to,
Okay, time for the Wild Tar, saving the...
Okay.
Yeah, can save the Flame Wreath for when it can do a lot more damage. And getting this Gatekeeper right into the center file is really awkward for Agent Cypher. It might have
it doesn't
to get
look
banned.
like he's... Yep, he doesn't really have anything. He can't benefit from obscuring blow because he can't step behind the Gatekeeper.
Right.
Oh, wait, no, hang on, I'm looking at...
Yeah, Copiuyt's got the blow. Yeah, there's no surprise 6 damage here, so it's probably just going to be the Onyx Bear Seal, which seems better than sacrificing a Wild Tar, which can't even destroy it if it comes in.
He could replace into something funny, though.
Yeah, maybe Phoenix Fire becomes a Bamboozle or something funny. Although that wouldn't really do anything. And I'm pretty sure AC is actually not running Bamboozle. Just want to take care of this.
That could be so much free card draw, though.
Yeah, it's good when you can run multiple copies of it and OBS, because then it's consistent card draw. But if you have one copy of each, you don't want to be relying on the painter.
Oh, yeah.
A Panda transformation drops, but not on the unit I was expecting.
No, it makes sense, because Songhai's got all the teleportation in the world.
Yeah, Kalios himself is the teleportation specialist.
Yeah, and a 10-4 Tar suddenly teleporting into the center of your formation's never fun.
It would also have backstab when it did come in, so that's probably for the best.
Okay. Defensive Heartseeker's nice.
This backstab positioning for the Gatekeeper is pretty ideal for Copiuyt, though. So I can see this Wanderer coming down and then a backstab shank immediately happening.
Interesting. Obscuring Blows is only. I'm surprised he didn't drop Zendo instead and then Obscuring Blow, because then he would have been able to get a free backstab, force Reva to then punch the Gatekeeper and get even more backstab damage on him.
Yeah, it's still going to be a good play. So going to hold on to that Zendo and drop it probably next
Drop
turn.
it later.
Yeah, being able to force someone to Zendo into a backstab is pretty nice, and there might be an opportunity for that here.
I don't know, maybe I just got tunnel vision.
Kopiuyt seems to be considering blanking this Gatekeeper to kill the Heartseeker instead of Obscuring Blow to push 7 damage. Okay, it doesn't even Obscuring Blow. Gonna save it for a bigger play.
Yep, and he's only got the one.
Yeah, protecting health on the Gatekeeper doesn't really do much because it's already so tanky. So it can take the 2 damage, no problem.
Yeah, he's 3 ahead now, so let's see.
Kron seems like a nice play.
Yep.
Kron it is.
I'll probably replace
Fizzling.
Tar? Okay.
Oh, we're both wrong.
Well, he gets an assassination protocol up, so that's going to be useful later.
Yep.
Oh, it'd have been really useful if he could have gotten the frenzy fellow.
Altar?
Yeah, not Tar. From Kron, he could have gotten the frenzy
Oh,
one.
yeah, yeah.
He could have.
I think he really wanted the ranged one, because he's got good position to exploit it right now.
General attacks.
Back in the day, Kron used to spit out a force field, dude. I was so busted that the people called him Steve.
Oh, really? It's been a while.
So the power of Zendo, compelling Agent Cypher to run towards his doom. Kopiuyt's got him right where he wants. And the combo is Wild Tar with Zendo, because you're forcing the Tar to get huge.
Yep. Then you got to deal with getting rid of either Tar or Zendo, but then it's already too late.
Yeah.
It's a nice Paragon.
Yeah. Paragon comes down, nice 2-for-1. Takes out the biggies. Gonna just chip through 7 hit points of Zendo.
Yep, shame those 2 provokes ain't gonna do much.
Yeah, Kron, I think, needs to start coming forward. Just to offer some protection. Along with these other guys.
Yep.
Because it is all provokes all day. Which is not so bad, because these each buy a turn, sort of.
I don't know how I feel about that defensive playing a Kron.
Yeah, I would have taken a step to the left, or 2.
Yeah.
It opens it up to getting, like, Lightbendered, but it would have been okay.
You still got a 4-5 at that point.
Yeah. It is Kopiuyt's turn. Could potentially get a bunch of AoE damage with this Flame Wreath.
Yeah, he might want to look into cleaning up the board a bit.
Yeah, the ranged units are a problem, and these provoke units could be incidentally killed along the way, along with this pony.
Yeah, he's 100% doing all the math in his head of that. He can...
It's his only
Flame
minion,
Wreath,
so
Blink.
it's pretty much his only play. But the real question is, how do you Mist Dragon Seal it, Assassinate Protocol it, and Blink it? If you're planning on getting any general chip damage, you want to make sure that the protocol you do is the last thing you do, because it turns off all the general damage after that point.
Oh, never mind. He's gonna go in the
Hold up.
window.
Hold up, we have Killing Edge. Okay, the
Wait,
game.
that's game.
Yeah, the game is just over. Because the double Zendo hit, and the backstab on the Zendo hit. It was hitting for 6 each time. Agent Cypher getting the first W of the day.
Good stuff.
Yeah, congrats to Agent Cypher for the first win over Kopiuyt. Yeah, Kopiuyt's got his work cut out for him to get that repeat championship, and Agent Cypher has got to get out of groups to keep his streak alive. Do you want to
Yep,
jump into game number 2?
of course. Give me 1 second. Alrighty, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, let's paste replay in 3, 2, 1. Paste in it. Kopiuyt versus Agent Cypher 19. AC 19 has switched decks, is now on the Cataclysmic Fault plan.
Okay. He's got at least he's starting with a fault.
Yep.
Probably replace a fault. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Celebrant and the Dream Shaper, they call that one the nuts.
Yeah,
Just
because
get
he's
a
gonna
full
put the
hand.
squeeze on.
Yeah. There's some consideration for Portal Guardian first, because then it becomes huge.
Yep.
And you might find a Metallurgist along the way to make the opener even better.
But it doesn't really look like there's anything you want to replace right here because you want to hold on to the Blood of Air for later. You
I
want to
like
keep
this.
Cataclysmic.
I like the Celebrant mana tile placement, and sometimes I see the mana tile placed a bit lower, but then I feel that pushes the general way too close to the corner.
Yeah,
Agent
a
Cypher,
very aggressive play right there.
yeah, relocating the mana spring for later.
Yep, Sworn Avenger, gonna punch that.
Yup. And then saves both these mana for next turn. Maybe
Probably
this
push
bottom
that
one,
Celebrant forward too.
the bottom mana tile might need to get consumed, just so it doesn't get potentially taken by Agent Cypher. Oh, never mind. Kopiuyt's just gonna wait.
Got a Portal Guardian.
Yeah, being able to drop 2 of these in a turn would be worth, I feel. So if... Oh, a diagonal step up would have been necessary to do that, though.
Oh, that's
Sworn
evil.
Avenger, paying maximum respect for it and destroying the back mana tile. Pretty nice.
Oh, and he can first switch a Celebrant now. Kind of recycle something.
Yeah. Two 5 minion, pretty nice, pretty tanky, so the Dream Shapers are likely to hit.
Yep. Oh, he might be able to drop Canopic next turn. Just to prevent any blink shenanigans.
I'm feeling next turn might be the Fault.
Oh, you're right.
But Fault turns out is pretty weak to Thunderhorn.
Yeah.
Not to mention this Lightbender, it could be half cancelled out.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to bait out that Lightbender somehow.
It does have multiple faults at least, so it's not the end of the world if the first one gets torn down.
And he can at least deny that mana too.
Yeah. Yeah, that may have tipped it over the line for Kopiuyt. Or for Agent Cypher. Okay, so now it's probably time for the 3-tile hitting Lightbender, if I were to guess. It seems kind of like a counter blowout. Maybe right in the middle, so there's just a swirl at the top and bottom. Or 2 swirls at the bottom to be easily contained.
And he'd be able to push the Thunderhorn a bit more aggressively into Cypher's face as well. But he'd lose the Thunderhorn at that point.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be used to block this tile for a bit. And then a diagonal step up and a Lightbender up and left of that would be my guess. Okay, this actually does a little bit better in
Oh
blocking.
no!
Wait, Oh,
He dispelled his.
actually, yeah.
Yeah,
So dispelling the middle one isn't super ideal because the Lightbender can't hit 3 tiles now, but uh, that
Gatekeeper
dispel
has
did,
free reign.
yeah, it did two things there. I got rid of the center tile, and now this Gatekeeper's just a beast.
Oh, I wish he had enough mana for it. Yeah, if he had been at 8 mana, he'd been able to do Ka shenanigans. He could still do some Ka shenanigans. He's going to be able to clean up this board.
Yeah, Ka is so incredible. Real nice timing here because the Thunderhorn can get cleaned up and has a
Gatekeeper gets
leftover
cleaned up.
to, yeah, I can send this somewhere safe. And Kobe's gonna have to put everything he's got into destroying this one Ka.
Yep,
And
it's going to fly over to the corner.
nasty thing is, there's 2 more Kas in this deck. It's not like the Wanderer Ka where it's the one of special.
Yep. Granted, though, he could lose his Ka to
Lightbender.
no, not Lightbender, Paragon as well.
Oh yeah, if there's no respawns for it, you just go for the kill on it instead of worrying about trying to dispel it. And
And
that,
because Gatekeeper's in the middle, it can reach every corner.
yeah, and unless the Celebrant moves up or down a space, there's no safe spot for this Ka to be. Celebrant has to wall it out by taking a step up.
Granted, it's not going to keep it
Ooh.
safe because of Blink either.
Yeah, there's actually no escape. Okay, well, kopiuyt should be pretty happy to take care of that. It's going to block him from doing Wanderer for the turn, but it saves him from dying horribly, so that's a trade-off. Yeah, I could just use Blink to get in there. Lightbender doing some work on the tiles. Very nice.
Yep, he maintains his Gatekeeper.
Yeah, I can even take out the bottom Exhuming Sand here with a BTA, but opposite replace the BTA for card quality in hand.
Oh, there's Ray.
Ray's here, slightly too late.
Yeah, but he's going to be ready for the next fault, though.
Yeah, probably just gonna hold on to that Ray and replace aggressively to find the other piece. Might be time for the 5th Canopic now.
He might trade hit points for getting rid of that Gatekeeper.
Probably you
Yeah,
can't.
at this point.
You don't want it to get hit by something like another Killing Edge.
Yep. Actually, he could just trade the Celebrant into it as well, preserve hit points. Oh, and that Portal Guardian popped in a bit too late to benefit from all of that.
Dream Shaper, pretty good idea. Trying to fish for more faults. Now has to choose between Portal Guardian and an Obelisk. There's some consideration for Metallurgist too, but Guardian's just the biggest. And kind of pinned against this right wall now. Agent Cypher is going to look for an opportunity to split the map in half and then cross the sand wave in the middle. kopiuyt's doing a lot of good work plugging the leaks. Agent Cypher's got a decent opportunity here to drop 5th Canopic, followed by Fireblaze Obelisk. Seems pretty nice. This Portal Guardian started gonna get out of control shortly.
Jamie doesn't have any phasing in the deck, because then he'd be able to send that Portal Guardian anywhere he wants.
Yeah, having a 1x of that is real nice, especially if you've got like the Wild Tar and such. Like with Razor Crag Golem, for instance.
Yep. So I guess with the Taskmaster now in the game, though,
Yeah.
uh, that astral phasing could very well get replaced by it.
Yeah, 2 damage plus heal and activation. It's pretty nuts on your Amarella healers too to get them to do a 5 hit point burst and more likely to trigger their Death Watch. My card just has so many uses. I was
Yeah,
I was making it work with Ghost Azalea earlier, doing my impression of La Boulangère.
yeah, no, that's no, and it goes so crazy with Twin Fang too.
Oh yeah, yeah, no kidding, because each hit's bigger than the last. And it like the guy gives you a point of damage just to pump it up. Agent Cypher's got a nice little fortress for himself. I don't think he's too intimidated by the +1/+1 anthem that Kopiuyt's got going.
He's also got Ka up as well, which means he
Yeah,
can start working to clean up this board as well.
plus
And his
with
Portal Guardian is going to get even bigger.
yeah, every time Ka respawns, Guardian gets a +1.
Ranged minion.
After the Wanderer buff, though, it does trade 1-for-1 with these prisoners, so it's gonna be going through his dervishes pretty quickly. Pretty lucky to have this Fireblaze Obelisk out, and can probably just start pushing forward with this Portal Guardian now.
Yeah, definitely. At the very least, he'd be able to trade out Wander entirely and put a lot of damage onto uh, Tron.
Hmm. Yeah. Agent Cypher knows he's in a pretty good spot to drop the second fault because a Wanderer list doesn't have multiple copies of Dispels. So the Shroud's been used, Lightbender's been used. That's it for tile clearing. Even Celebrant's been used. And here it is, lo and behold, Cataclysmic Fault the second has showed up in Cypher's hand.
And that's going to be an awful second coming.
Yeah, Kopiuyt's gonna have to do the limbo line in the center of the map and try to lock it down.
That Paragon, though,
Paragon's key to all this.
yeah, he's going to be
Actually,
able to clean up.
ooh, what if 2 steps forward, drops Paragon, dervishes all die, Ka dies.
Yep. And he also cleans up the Dream Shaper.
Yeah,
Does 4 damage to Canopic.
doesn't hit the Guardian, which kind of sucks. And puts his general somewhere really dangerous, which probably why he's thinking about this so much.
Yep, and he can't blink anything forward either.
Hmm. And putting yourself in range of a Portal Guardian is kind of sketchy.
Oh, okay. He at the very least puts a timer on Ka's usefulness or damper.
Yeah, Night Watcher is such a good answer to Ka. It spawns once and then has to take a nap.
Might want to fault blood tier something.
Yeah, maybe just Blood Tier the General directly.
Could also blood tier the Wanderer and then take it out with Ka.
This is actually a really funny spot for Agent Cypher because even if Zendo drops down and automatic movement kicks in, there's no spot for the General to move, so it just passes its automatic move.
No, because the Dervish would disappear. He'd just move like one space
Right.
forward.
That spot would need to be taken up by something.
Ooh, okay. He might be trying to get close enough to drop Reader on top of Night Watcher.
Oh, yeah, that turns the combo back on. And then suddenly the board is ripe for pickings.
Oh, he might even get a nasty Dispel off of Ray as well.
Yeah, the Dispel's probably taking out Frenzy if I were to guess, but could be nastier. The Frenzy guy actually can chop up this whole set of spawns. Just two
Yeah.
steps up and slash. So this Ray actually needed to not be diagonally placed, it needed to be directly below to stop that. Because now all three of these sand tiles can get hit. Kopiuyt's got to find a timing to move in though. He's surely going to get outvalued by the sand swirl. Gotta has to do something. Gonna do
Yeah.
some- Probably stepping inwards for sunset. That's got to be it.
Actually, no. He cleans up. So he moves Frenzy Fellow up to
Yep.
punches Ray because it doesn't matter. Ray or Celebrant,
Yeah.
and then
Full
he
clear.
Thunder Bombs. He can't Thunder Bomb. Never mind.
Because it can't clear all the dervishes with Thunderbomb. Needs a better option than this Disco Pony, which this Portal Guardian now represents lethal damage. Pretty much.
Yep.
Can't just do the 2 steps forward anymore. Unless he wants to kill the Portal Guardian with that, which is decent.
Well, he can still key beholder the Portal Guardian as well, and I don't believe Cypher's running any kind of phasing or
Well, I think what should happen
Recombobulous.
here is Assassination Protocol on the Wanderer, move it forward, hit the Dervish, and then Kaelius 2 steps right, drop the Sunset Paragon,
Yep.
and then promptly dies to Portal Guardian. Oh no, wait. The top
No,
Dervish
'cause
gets cleared by the Wanderer. Yeah, and then all the Dervishes get cleared. So that's actually a good play.
yeah,
Kopi's got 9 mana. But not the time to use it.
not the time to execute it. Yeah. Nope, he's gonna key beholder.
Okay.
Okay.
Ka cannot move. Kopi buying his time yet again. Well,
He probably saw it too.
yeah. Well, timing beats speed. Maybe we can find a good timer to get in there.
Oh, he's gonna lose the Wanderer now.
Right. Dervishes just clear it. Kopi is probably not going to mind the Dervish count going down.
Yeah. Well, it's just gonna end up going back up though. Well, oh no.
Okay, these Portal Guardians. This one that's at 16. If there was a Cosmic Flesh, it could just be an Abracadabra I win kind of card.
From the provoke
From
or
yeah,
the more
from the Portal Guardian if we could go on that. Or no, sorry, I'm thinking Astral Phasing.
Yep.
Yeah, that would have been something to tear the game right open. Still opting to just plant this Guardian in the corner and leave it there? I feel like it's been here for a little too long.
He might be trying to force a wraparound and force Kalios to his side.
Probably. This is also a way to play around all kinds of backstab.
So he's
Yeah,
probably gonna lose that Guardian now because now he can Kopi can just
shoot
never
it.
mind. Wait, nope, never mind. He still can.
Ping.
Yeah, because he could just punch it with Kalios and then move the prisoner forward to drop Paragon and clean up that 19. I don't know if he wants to sacrifice the prisoner like that.
The priority always feels like you have to deal with the Caw. You can't just let that run around infinitely. So there's 2 dervishes to clear, and Key Beholder can easily shoot one of them. Potentially Assassination Protocol get the other.
Yep.
Really nice Blistering Scorn. Takes care of all the refuse that was in the center. Oh, well, here's our assassination protocol.
No, but it's not. It doesn't have frenzy.
Oh, no! Whoops.
Yep.
Yeah, that got hit by
Oh,
Lightbender earlier. Or that got hit by Ray.
on it. I guess at this point, Onyx Bear seal the Ka.
Yeah. This would have been an incredible frenzy hit, but... Oh. I'm giving him the extra respawn. Whoops. Playing against these exhausting sands.
Oh wait, no, he's got the other ranged guy. He's got the other ranged guy. He doesn't even have to. Oh, wait, never mind. That's flying.
Yeah. Well, that works.
I mean, flying and ranged are basically the same thing.
Yeah. Now it's how do you stay away from these giant portal guardians?
Without letting him go crazy with Sand Swirl readers or Sand Swirl tiles.
Well, the one that has the better positioning gets the panda treatment. 5th Canopic is such a rock, though. Kopiuyt just had his BBS deleted. Fortunately, isn't relying on it like some decks. Like a Fey BBS Warbird Spammer deck gets shut down real hard by this.
Yep.
And players just with 2 cards left in hand, pretty low resources, pretty scrappy. Dream Shaper does not have a, or does have a hit.
No, he
Okay.
does.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Oh well. Dang.
Swirls.
The that other Dream Shaper was not too well positioned. He can move the No, he can't move the panda.
There's a little bit of protection for the Portal Guardian. Surely that's got to move in now. It can't just be 23 attack and not going in. At least send it diagonally.
He might. I don't know. Maybe Cypher's psychic, and he just knows
He's got the
that
read-
Kopi's got the Paragon.
Yeah. Well, a funny thing with Paragon is when you get a unit to attack itself that has Frenzy, it does apply that everywhere around it. So take out the Paragon with it.
Well, I guess we're
Okay.
gonna say goodbye to Portal Guardian now.
Yep, Paragon has been realized. It's gonna be going in for that. And Agent Cypher's gonna be wishing he had a Mirage Master at around this time. Although, wait, I think Mirage Master in DGG only copies enemies, so it's not as
Yeah, it only copies enemies.
Right.
Yes. No, that's kind of one of the few things that 2 kind of got right as far as Mirage Master and Mirages are concerned, I think.
Yeah, being able to dupe your minions that have a ton of buffs on them and stuff.
Or at least get another hit off of Dream Shaper.
Right. Panda transformation's also a consideration.
Is that enemies or everything? Enemies.
Yeah. It turns them into 1/2 pados, which
Actually,
like those things can fight back.
yep.
anyway.
Though, I mean, it's probably the better move and save Paragon for something else crazy like another Ka.
Yeah. Eternity Painter gets pretty sketchy when you're fighting against a Wanderer player that's got the buff, because 2/3 pandos are kind of busters. But this shouldn't be too bad. Much preferable to these current things. So for the first time in like the whole game, Kopiuyt has his BBS back online.
Interesting. So they get a +1
Oh,
enhancement, but
they have Grudge.
it's not an actual.
Yeah, that's not part of the transformation, so you could potentially dispel the Panda Grudge.
Interesting.
Sand Swirl, Kopiuyt's not going to mind that too much, because this Panda can just be redeployed anywhere.
Yep. Up. Kopi's got the Bakazori, so he could just fill his hand back up now.
Yeah. Bakazori this phase in the game is so nice. Especially when Blink is back online. Blink puts Sunset Paragon out of range, but it's probably still worth it for the card draw.
Yep.
And with 3 ranged units, I don't think Agent Cypher's got an answer to those. The best answer is this Ka, but Ka doesn't have any spawn points.
Yep, he's got no ammo. He might actually end up taking 5 to the face from that Scorn as well.
Yeah, it doesn't have enough pandos to do a wall. Could potentially get some kind of summon on the Exhuming Sand. Has to deal with getting shot though.
A lot.
Yeah, which is not conducive to living. So, Ka can hit 2 things.
Actually, Ka would be useless. Ka would be useless anyways because the
Oh
Night
yeah,
Watcher.
Night Watcher completely wrecks Ka. What a strong card.
I almost can't help but think that Kopi might have this match.
Yeah. The patience and the lockdown is paying off, and the sand swirls that are not dispellable are pretty easily just to be blocked.
And he's also forcing Cypher to have to clear things that are sitting on top of his sand as well, which has done more damage to his face.
Yep.
Portal Guardian the Third comes out though.
Pretty nice. This is basically the most valuable unit that AC's got. But, problem, he only has 1 more turn to survive.
Yep. Actually.
So, Ka needs to be able to clear all that. Hold up, we have Blink online?
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
Canopic died.
Yeah, so
Oh.
Kopiuyt never didn't have it in the bag.
Wonderful war of attrition.
Very nice. Kopiuyt tying up the series 1-1. This is not a best of 3, so we're just moving on. Congratulations to both those guys. Macy 19, Kopiuyt,
Yep.
pretty nice games. Let's just go into our next match. Agent Cypher 19 versus nyxnyxnyx. If we look at what Nyx is running, one of the 2 Elina players here with not an artifact combo, but with a Spirit of the Wild combo, looking to reactivate minions suddenly, and also has a ton of really tough minions. The strangest minion in here has got to be Face Striker ×3, which is a neutral minion that does double damage to generals, and you basically never seen it. But
Oh no, he's run this deck against me before. I almost died I almost died so many times.
there's synergy between Boundless Courage and Spirit of the Wild and the Face Striker that kind of makes it all go together, kind of funnily. Pretty interested in this.
Wait a second. Face Striker's a 4/6, right?
Yep.
Polarity as well.
Yeah. So Polarity plus the Tombstone you get from Diltis, if you can give it a little bit of an attack bump. And then the other side, we have a self-damage deck. So between Earth Sister and Eclipse and all these damage spells, going to look to be doing some burst damage that way, is using 3 Ember Worms, which is a flying dragon usually used to close out Gauntlet games, but it's just the win condition here. And
No Twin Fangs?
No Twin Fang, but does have Meiotic Induction for some quick action. And 3 Tremors, really wants to keep things locked in place with the stun in the 2x2 area. Don't see much of that. Alright, ready to jump into series number 2, game number 1. Agent Cypher vs. Nyx.
Profile. Ready when you are.
Alright, let's go into 3, 2, 1, going. Nyxnyxnyxnyx versus Agent Cypher 19. We have water versus fire, cold versus hot.
Ninjas versus Ice Elves.
Janky Face Striker memes versus Riva Water. And this is actually a really funny opening you can do with this build minion, is you can just block them out of the minion or their mana tile. There's another consideration of taking their mana tile, but this is even ruder.
Yeah, because you really can't do a whole lot against a 0/10 minion on turn one most times.
Yep, and this placement's pretty intentional because the other consideration is to put the build minion directly in front of their face, but that's not as good because then their general can do this step and then put something behind it to wall it out. But as it stands, it's either Repulsor Beast or Bust, and you don't want to Repulsor Beast this.
Another cryptographer into Arcane Heart gets some board going.
Yeah, this is a really nice start. And indeed, Proto Sensor is just an airdrop build. Really weird choice, but I think it's here mostly for the airdrop, because airdrop into Spirit of the Wild is pretty real. Is running multiple Basilisks, but I think this was the only Sentinel, so these Sentinels are going to be pretty telegraphed.
Yep.
Basilisk
I don't
being
know
a thing
how.
that gets pumped up on each spellcast.
Though I don't know how hot that's going to be against a Wanderer deck, though, considering they're only going to be running one of each spell.
They like to cast Heartseeker a lot, so that's something. So this thing kind of has, it's like a Windstopper. It's gonna take the aggro of this Heartseeker 3 times. So critical interaction. You might be thinking a 2/2 is a good thing to throw a Phoenix Fire at, but since the Basilisk gets +3 every time that a spell is cast, this actually just makes it stronger. I've seen people throw damage spells into Basilisks thinking that they're gonna finish it off, but it never pans out for them.
Yeah.
Nyx is basically exactly where he wants to be on the board. Agent Cypher has this Blistering Scorn, which is just going to kill off his own unit.
Okay, that's nice. He can walk 2/4, punch the general, drop the herald, then maw the sentinel and hit it with Heartseeker. That could clean that up.
Yeah, that's a really good turn. Captures the mana along the way. Doesn't need it, but can deny it. Oh no! Oh no! He didn't take your
Cypher,
advice!
why?
He was doing the thing I was talking about! Oh no, why didn't you do the thing you were talking about? Oh, that's... This game got a lot harder suddenly. That's 5 damage to the face incoming. Whoops. So everyone needs to feel the sting of the Basilisk to learn about it, to know how to fight it. And if it's been a while, maybe you just need to get restung again to learn. Because, this is kind of a painful card to play against, depending on what deck you're running. Some decks don't care about it.
Yeah.
Like Titan deck kind of laughs. Nyx could even make it invincible for a turn. Doesn't really do a whole lot, but it's there. Yggdra's Voracity has been transformed. Now there's a 5/5 regenerating in it.
And that herald can't do anything.
Can't even draw aggro. And Basilisk is surely going in. Other consideration is flipping its health with Polarity and then putting it somewhere annoying.
Yeah.
Because it keeps its buff text. Oh, there it is. Yep. So Moonlit Basilisk reset is now pretty tanky again, and this Heartseeker's not going to cut it. This game just keeps getting worse for Agent Cypher.
He can't even ramp into a Wanderer at all, just as a...
Yeah. really nice work denying these mana tiles.
Well, he can at least take care of the veracity, though. It's going to cost him 5 to the face, but
Yeah, it seems like a good use of Maw, or even this Fizzling Musket, this Mystic.
actually, no, he could just drop both and clean it up.
Yeah, doesn't take any damage. Heartseeker hits it. Because you cannot let an Alina with this thing on the board. If this thing
Yeah, because
gets turns, yeah, it's just gonna heal up. Okay, Agent Cypher sees the play. And seizes the day. Now just gonna try to get blasty with these Heart Sisters. His hand contains a few too many spells for his liking, though. Killing Edge doesn't even do a lot to get over the top of this Basilisk.
I'm wondering, is he going to try to go for Base Striker now? Or is he...
Saving it for the combo.
Could be.
Face Striker could be placed in the back, and then it could be swapped up to the front with Heart Sister and then immediately reactivated.
He doesn't have polarity for it, unfortunately, but 16 to the face is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I guess polarity is also part of that damage combo. Well, with Frigid Corona and such, could still stall, turns out. Wait for a better timing. Next turn, though, there's a threat of the Wanderer coming down, and these Heartseekers are suddenly 2/2s. Maybe Basilisk gets the mana, Face Striker comes down anyway? Seems okay to me. Instead, we're going for the freeze into card draw. With the Proto Sensor to wall in this Heartseeker. Or to take that mana.
Ooh, actually, he could be looking to Hearth Sister.
Ooh, to take out the Seeker?
Seeker, yep.
But how? There's no openings for that. This the walling is just too good. Oh, right, that's how. I was thinking, wait, you can't swap the Basilisk forward? I was like, no. Heart Sister, or, yeah, this card's really good. Swaps even enemies in. Basically see if 3 of this in every Vanar deck.
Yeah, it just might be Wanderer time.
Yeah, replaces 1 spell, finds a Lantern Fox, which is just going to generate more spells.
Yeah, the board state's neutral enough for Wanderer.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, Wanderer, then he could trade Ma into the Mystic.
Oh, those are friendlies.
Oh, okay, never mind. The stun is obscuring the red tile.
Yeah. So, gonna be able to beat up this Basilisk, finally. Which will unlock the other half of his deck.
But at least Proto Sensor comes online.
Kind of a weird, the hand quality for Nyx is not great. It's textured way towards the combo with not a lot of the enabling going on. Like, we got the Face Striker here, but it's just gonna be a 4/6. And there's a lot of big minions.
He needs to replace one of the Boundless Courages.
Yeah, I'm feeling that, and then maybe taking 2 steps to the left and putting the Face Striker up and left to really protect it.
No, because it's gonna die to Painter, because the Fizzling Mystic.
Yeah. So really, there is no safe plays. A safer play basically needs to be drawn. Because Boundless Courage isn't doing a whole lot on this current board. I mean, it could potentially... No, that's not good.
Well, it could clean up. It could clean up the maw of the proto sensor. That preserve
Oh yeah.
his board a little bit. He can punch the Herald, take 2 to the face.
I've only used this card with Sleet Dasher. Seems a little weird in other spots, but yeah, I can see it kind of working with Face Striker. The trick is getting the Face Striker to survive a turn on the board. So here's a Boundless Courage.
See, I don't want him to be greedy and keep that other one though. He needs to replace it.
Yeah, by not replacing before doing the play, that kind of telegraphs that this card's here to stay. And then Basilisk
Yeah,
runs away and gets hit. Okay, just gonna give a bit of damage onto the Wanderer. Nyx is really relying on this Face Striker to get in there quickly. But I don't know, this minion strikes me as being too slow. But it does double, so maybe the power of multiplication can get there.
I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna put my money on Cypher winning this
Cypher,
match.
yeah. Because now this Heartseeker is free to pick up this killing edge and gets to killing.
Also taking 4 to the face from Mystic. Killing Edge later. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, with the +1 tacked on everything, and there isn't any card draw options coming up for Nyx. Has potentially a 2-card combo of reactivating a Hearth Sister, which is the tiniest play. It just doesn't do anything. Needs like a Grandmaster Bala to activate.
I forget. Is he running Imbala in this deck? I don't think he was.
No. I think the Spirit of the Wild is just for the Face Strikers and swapping them in.
Yeah.
Or maybe some other Swarmy bits? I don't know.
He's
Hopefully
got
we'll
Hails
see.
from Prison.
Oh, that's a good response. So replace like a Hearth Sister, finds a prison, bounces the Heartseeker. Would not have enough money to also play a Face Striker in that turn though. It just doesn't have
Yeah, I think that Hails to Prison would be too little, too late now. Ooh, Impervious
Ooh.
Giago.
That's like getting 10 more hit points.
And whenever and it's like Tar's bigger, bulkier cousin too, because every time it gets attacked.
Yeah, it trades Frenzy for Provoke, and its damage just stays on.
Though it's probably gonna get painted away.
Yeah, Painter is such a good response to it. There's no way it's not the play. Able to get a extra bit out of the Lantern Fox first.
He might be looking to kill it though.
Yeah, I guess after that hit. Because Scorn and Heartseeker does it.
Oh no, never mind. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna go for like double Phoenix Fire, dump, face damage from the Heartseeker.
Well,
Try
these
to clean
Phoenix
things
Fires are
up.
all being directed to this general face at this rate.
Yeah, next turn's lethal.
Yep. Multiple Hailstone Prisons are needed at this point. Oh, it's a Hailstone Prison! It's not multiple though, so it's only so good. And this Hearth Sister cannot swap this Scorn far away enough.
Oh, that's gain. Well, he can. He's got one more turn. He's got one more turn at least. He can stun the Scorn, Hailstone the
Oh yeah,
Heartseeker.
yeah. Crystallize it. That works.
Oh wait,
But then
he
this
doesn't have enough mana.
key beholder in the back does a bunch. Okay, using Spirit of the Wild to reactivate it to buy an extra turn.
6. Nope, that's still game.
Yeah, here's our multiple Hailstone presents I was asking for earlier, but yeah, it's not good when that's the only play. Nyx had such a strong start, and Agent Cypher had such a strong recovery and comeback. Well played, well done. Game number 1 goes towards Agent Cypher. Okay, ready to jump into game number 2.
Yep, just like get that copied. All right, ready to paste.
All right, going in 3, 2, 1. Base replay. Agent Cypher 19 versus Nyx cubed. Doing at it with the Songhai on Songhai. 2 Wanderers. There's been some rumor that, well, I think like the common understanding was Reaver Wanderer was always so great because you have units you can spit out, and the keyword is really good to amplify, and 2/2 range seems sick. But there was some mumbling that the best Wanderer was actually Kalios. So I was inspired to do the Kalios deck as a result, because you have your big minions and you can put them into good positions. And they tend to run stuff like the Night Watcher, which has a lot of hard matchup crushes.
I'm having some deja vu here.
Yeah, this is some strong backline placement with the Scroll Bandit. Let me guess, 2 steps forward and Gatekeeper diagonally down left. Yep. Oh, hold up. This is the wrong replay. What's going on?
Yeah, this is the wrong replay.
Hold a second.
No, I thought I was having deja vu.
I'm like,
wait
hey,
a second. No, this is the wrong replay, because...
Yeah, nyxnyxnyx is nowhere to be seen on that replay. Hold on a second. Versus Agent Cypher.
Yeah, can you send me that one as well?
Yeah, I gave you the wrong numbers on that one.
Yeah, for a second I thought I flipped. I thought I copy pasted the wrong thing.
Here we go. Yeah, I should have known that those numbers are pretty far apart. Alright, so the next game is actually going to be this number.
Alright, and it's a good looking number too.
Alright, so going into Agent Cypher 19 versus nyxnyxnyx for real. Game number 2. Ready to go into that?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, launch. Okay, so nyxnyxnyx is indeed a Starhorn player and is not running any Songhai.
And is not actually kopiuyt.
And is not actually kopiuyt with the trophy and all. Running with the Rancor immediately. Agent Cypher's got his choice of Celebrant mana tile placements. Yeah, Celebrant or Celebrant. But gets 2 mana somewhere back here in the back line.
Oh. That's gonna be dirty.
Yeah, it's some big ramping. There's potential to snatch that mana with a Flash Mecantor, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, that's right. Flash is no longer banned.
No bans. Anything can happen.
That's not true. The 3 new cards are banned.
Yeah, yeah. Might have some Taskmaster builds in the next season.
Yeah. I don't see Taskmaster not getting used. Even with
just
the
so
nerf.
cool. It is, yeah, it does a lot of, it enables a lot of decks. At least it doesn't have a 0 mana ability. That was way too cracked.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh
then,
god, it with World Core.
yeah, that was the. You ran 3 World Cores and you ran 3 Swarm King Scarabs, and you just went for it. Still works with a lot of decks, but you gotta put a bit of effort into it and have the 1 mana. Like your World Core, you need to have the Kujata out already. So Nyx could potentially get this bottom mana, go to 4 mana, get the Earth Sister. Earth Sister doesn't do anything. Not that impressive. But Cantor Warbeast is still good. Kills every minion and survives.
He's
So,
probably trying to finagle a way to get McCanter into the back line just to
no, there's
do
no
as much
way.
damage.
What?
Up, getting the ranker up.
Right. Trading 1 hit point there for 1 point of attack there.
Well, at the very least, Cypher can get the Cataclysmic Fault out now, because he's got the mana to do it.
Nah, needs another one.
Nope, Ray.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the Ray going up in mana. Ray's a
That's
strong
actually his
card.
only play. Oh,
Yeah.
that's one of his only plays.
It denies a mana tile and cleans up the other mana tiles, but that's not happening anymore.
Oh, he might go Ray into, like, Canopic.
Yeah. Shuts down the card draw. Nyx doesn't have any synergy with the card draw right now, so isn't going to mind losing the BBRs.
So, Nyx can just clean it up with Egg-Morph.
Yeah. Unless it was placed exactly up and left of him. I guess we're doing that. Canopic. Oh, never mind. Canopic played real close. So that's egg bait.
Yep, soon to be scrambled eggs.
Oh, and make that double. It's a bunch of follow-up. This Ray is likely going to hit and cause a Dispel, though, so Rancor's power is toast. But that's fine. Getting this 4-8 off the battlefield is the priority for sure.
Yep. Though, at the very least, we'll see Fault next turn. Because
Yep.
the board's going to be neutral enough for it.
Yeah. And then there's the Ka here. Nyx is going to be happy he's not running Voth, because Voth gets absolutely blown up by Ka. There it is. The Sand Splitter.
That'd be such a cool artifact name.
God love those alliterations. Nyx just, like the last 3 turns in a row, it feels like it's just been all eggs.
No, it's a staple food. Looks like maybe Tegeti into card draw.
Nope, just gonna pass with the mana up. Freed his BBS and then doesn't even need it. And is just trying to keep Agent Cypher from doing the
Honestly,
old crossing the sand wave.
2 steps back, drop Ka, get rid of Tegeti,
Yeah?
and then
That'd be
Shroud.
okay. Here it goes. Because this Earth Sister has some tricks. I liked when Left Hook hit it with a Lavalanche. Did 8 damage to everything, including everything around this.
And that is now a trick I'm going to need to catalog for later.
It's like an 8 damage spell, and yeah, it's just like a gigantic burst AoE. It's pretty insane. Definitely inspiring. And then Ka can get all the big units off the board and can hide. Ka actually doesn't really function against Eclipse because you're basically beating up yourself at that rate. But it might come to that anyway. We'll see.
Should probably move Ka to punch the ranker though.
Yeah. Freeze up a spawn, and it's still pretty safe there. Nyx could potentially Meiotic and then immediately get a egg out. Might do that with an Eclipse to get a copy of it.
Except Sandswell Reader exists.
Yeah, perfect card. Being able to take care of this Eclipse without damaging it is generally key. It's a pretty funny counter to people who have like overstated Grow minions or just Portal Guardians with 20 attack or something. With the wave of sand.
Interesting that he didn't trade Ka into earlier.
Like using Ka to trade for the Eclipse?
Well, no, not into the Eclipse, but I'm saying like run Ka into the general
Oh
and
yeah,
then do it
yeah.
twice for 6 damage because he's gonna have.
Might not have been used to Ka already been damaged a bit. Because usually Ka survives a general hit, but yeah, that one got scratched a
Granted,
bit.
it also. Actually, no, that would have been a bad play because he would have lost Ka to Morph.
And Nyx doesn't have any other plays other than resetting the board to where it was.
Actually, I think Nyx just loses.
Yeah, because this Agent Cypher's dealt with his immediate problems.
Let's see, that's going to be
And
6, 9,
insane.
10,
Oh no, that's
13,
lethal.
16. No,
Yep.
yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, Ka flies in. So one benefit with having a bunch of minions that have low health is you can have them attack from the same tiles. Whereas if like a Oasis went down and everything was super tanky, then you'd get all these sticky minions that can only do so much damage. But we can just see the damage pile. So Nyx is getting it, and Agent Cypher 19 has won this match 2-0. And with the 1-1 from the previous series, is in a real good spot to advance.
Doesn't even run the damage to Ka and do him the disrespect.
Has to get a fresh one. Alright, funny stuff. But yeah, good games. We've got one more Agent Cypher 19 series to go up with, and check it out.
You.
It's me! I have a Reva deck pretty similar to what AC19's running, and I've got a very lovely Shidai Arc build that is reminiscent of what Moggen was using to destroy the ladder a couple months back. He got 4,500 MMR plus with it. There's been some changes. He used to run more Scroll Bandits back when they had more of a backstab, and the Owl Beast stage lost a point of hit points in the past couple months. But other than that, it's still a pretty strong deck. And
Yeah,
then,
I could definitely see. I could definitely see a lot of people having difficulty fighting it.
yeah, if you can't deal with the spells and the minions, then it gets real tough, because the Kindling is so much surprise damage, and the Owl Beast has so much survivability. It's pretty nice. And the Four Winds tears through artifacts and is a decent healer.
And the Calligrapher is just going to fill your hand back up.
Oh yeah. And we've seen Eva, or the Reva Wanderer. This one's got a couple of differences. Like I have a Shiro Puppy Dragon in there just because it's so cute. And some other bits. But yeah, are you ready to check out AC19 versus me?
Yes, sir. Ready when you are.
Woo! Alright, let's go in 3, 2, 1. Paste. Here I am. It is Shidai Arcs versus a default deck.
Very strong opening hand for you.
Yeah, I like seeing a early Mana Forger, early Chakra Avatar. The earliest or the best minion I like to see on turn 1 is usually the Scroll Bandit, because you can get more spells with that and get going pretty quickly.
It's also going to psych the heck out of your opponent because they're like, I don't want to give him any spells.
Yeah. There's some consideration to like put stuff behind you or to like not even stand out at all. I
Surprised that
replaced my...
Cypher did not replace Array.
Oh, no, he did.
Oh,
Yeah,
never mind.
his replace phase is still going. It's kind of funny how it goes like that.
Need a little graphic that says like still replacing for like replays or something.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see when they lock it in. I guess when they lock it in is when it shifts or changes. And then I replace my 2 expensive cards, and I get 2-3 jobs. Pretty nice. I have all these options.
Uh,
Avatar
Battle
seems
Panda plus
best.
Kotatsu.
Yeah, Panda. It's funny. There was a Wagon quote saying that the best card in arcs was just Battle Panda, even though it's not an arc. Just because this panda's pretty lit. It doesn't even get the pup to attack from the kindling, but doesn't even need to. It's really good against the Sander fishes that come out of the swirls. Yep, leading with the Avatar, that'll get huge eventually. It's pretty susceptible to this Ray, so I gotta make sure it doesn't get countered by it.
Yeah, because he could just drop Array, Ramp, drop Alchemist, Dispel the Chakri Avatar by pinging his own Ray. Or wait,
No,
can you
it's...
ping your own stuff? No.
no. You can ping your own stuff in D2 of the BTA, but not in this one. It's it's because it costs 2 over there.
Oh, okay. Once again with super aggressive Dream Shape replacement.
Dream Tripper in the middle. It's just there to prevent the general from taking the center tile, which is generally where I wanted to put it, to take both. So now it's like I have to keep this avatar alive by hiding it in the corner and slashing down the Stream Shaper. I don't think it's time for kindling. I could potentially get it if I put Chakri Avatar on the top, but that is way too glassy, and this is way too useful to have out now. Usually the Battle Pando is what you just run out early game, because it's generally just good.
Yeah, because then you could drop Battle Pando, inner focus it, run it into something.
Yeah.
Ooh, you could be very dirty here. Wait.
Steal the mana tile, right? That's their
Yeah,
play.
yeah.
Yeah. So to steal the mana tile, I have to actually take the top mana tile with the avatar, which exposes it. And I don't have a way of killing the Celebrants after that. But I can take that mana tile if I put my head to it. I'm thinking on this turn if that's even a good idea. My first turn was like instant, and the second turn is like, let's work through all the paths. Diagonal step is definitely part of it. So I'm not taking the mana tile. I'm like almost taking the mana tile. This is kind of a weird in-between play.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, I hit the wrong...
Oh. Yeah, I was about to say, like, maybe punch Celebrant.
Well, I guess it's not exactly the wrong. I hit that one specifically so can't take the mana tile at the top. Okay, so this play is... it's defensible. And then I'm at least threatening to take his mana tile. While securing this top one for myself.
Cypher just doesn't really have any really good plays.
Yeah, this is such a dead turn for him. Even after the replace, it's like even more dead. Best play is probably 5th Canopic after getting a mana tile.
Actually, this would be, I'd say probably be step down 1, punch the Panda,
Ooh,
then
Ka?
Canopic. Or Ka get rid of the Avatar as
Avatar
well
in
would
the
be
back.
strong.
Yeah, because then I can't even hit the Ka if the Ka is put at the top left. So that seems like the play to me. Taking the mana tile is a possibility too, but it's probably not as good.
I almost think he's gonna drop the Canopic though.
Well, there's Ray to
Okay.
threaten the Dispel.
So he's probably gonna do Canopic then.
Yeah, Canopic stops my 2 spells from the Petal Fury. So what I need is a Prismatic Illusionist to make a 2-1 to take the Dispel from Ray.
Interesting.
And I also need this Ka off the table because it's nasty in here. That actually kind of gets rid of the issue I had with Ray, because now I can just step up and slash Ray. So I don't know if casting Ray and Ka at the same time was good.
Yeah, that was kind of a head scratcher.
Yeah, I can just be like, sure, that card was worth 1 damage. And just chop it. And then it's probably time to Phoenix Fire, then you go at the Ka in the back.
I can see why he'd put Ray there, because now you can't Illusionist and then Phoenix Fire.
No, I could Illusionist at the bottom left corner, and then the illusion that spits out gets dispelled instead.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's like, that puts me back into the corner. I can't be right.
I meant like when he played Ray though, because then you could have gone up to drop the Illusionist on that tile, and then Phoenix fired the Ka and gotten a free illusion from the Illusionist.
So I take a single step forward. It's a little baffling.
Could go Tatsu the Ka now.
Yep. Okay, so I had a decent chance that the illusion that gets spawned there tanks the dispel. There's only a small chance, like less than half, that it wouldn't.
Yeah, but you win the coin toss.
Hey, oh, so yeah, all sins forgiven. We're good. All according to Kikaku. All I need to do now is keep this illusionist alive, and it's my unit factory. These Blood of Errors are pretty nice to get around that, but I'm fine having a 3-mana threat that needs a 5-mana removal. Hand quality for Agent Cypher looks pretty nice now that everything's castable. And yeah, there goes the unit generator.
Probably dip that Celebrate back too.
Yeah.
And intercede with Xerix, because you want to, at this point, you'd want to keep at least a golem on the field for Dream Shaper.
Yeah. I've made the mistake definitely of just charging in with them as if they're any other minion, and then I draw a Dream Shaper later, and it's like, whoops, I needed that random Celebrant. So yeah, keeping the Celebrants alive is pretty nice. And it's way too small to throw a Phoenix Fire at, so that gets replaced. And I have my choice of Arcanists.
4 wins?
4 wins BBS.
Yeah, because then you maintain card advantage. You also get a big threat out.
Yeah, go back to full health.
Yeah, and then he's got to blow a Blood of Air on it, which means you're then eating more of his removal. Oh yeah, no. No, it's going to be Blood of Air, Bloodbound Spell. Then you could just drop Prismatic Illusionist, play Kiyomori, and then Petal Fury again.
Yep. And then maybe something.
And then you can play whatever comes out of that Petal Fury. Then you got a Prismatic Illusionist and 3 illusions.
Yeah, and then if I can resolve the Owl, then all his illusions are super tanky. It's a real nice deck in that any 2 pieces go together really strongly. 5th Canopic's pretty nice to slow all that down. I'm just glad it's not a Mage Sworn.
Mage Sworn would have shut down the entire deck.
Yeah, yeah, Mage Sworn's the hardest minion to deal with. Because where are my open broadcaster softwares in this deck? I don't think I have any OBS, the Panda Seal. Sure would like to cast Petal Fury, but we can actually see it costs 10 mana. Which is a funny workaround for saying you can't cast the spell. But if I were to have a Mana Forger out, it wouldn't even reduce it because it says non-bloodbound. So options for me are Owl seems good. Illusionist can't do that many illusions. With the Jux, I can at least grab this 5th Canopic and apply a beatdown if I have a board. So I'm replacing fishing for the Kindling.
So that means the stuff from Petal Fury also count as Bloodbound spells. Then is that correct?
No, those are just spells, so they get reduced.
Okay.
So they cost 0 now.
And then you juxtaposition and forget about it. Man, I've done stuff where I've forgotten about discounts and then I realize, oh, never mind, I could have discounted something else.
Mm, yeah. Can mess up maths when costs are going up and down.
At the very
Kiyomori.
least,
Yeah,
no more Dream Shaper stuff for a bit.
yeah, that last card helped me chase down that last column. It may be time for a fault into Ray though, because I'm
To Ray.
not covering many squares.
Yeah, and he's gonna get immediate value out of it too with Ray.
Yeah, I actually could have arranged my Arcanist to be taking up the bottom 3 center tile slots, but it didn't occur to me. And now I get to eat this. Oh, whoops. Well, I'm just glad that Agent Cypher doesn't have a Ray, or a Ka rather.
Yep.
Because a Ka can just destroy any of my biggies. There are so many Sand Dervishes everywhere. I'm not too worried because I've got pretty good minion quality despite being way behind on quantity. So I'm looking for some way to get my Petal of Fury back online with just what I've got.
Could juxt the Mana Forge into the corner. Well,
Jux the
no,
Sand
can't do
Dervish or
that.
the Ray. So going to have the Mana Forger tank the Dispel, which also hits the hit points that the Owl Beast gave on it. But since it's still an Arcanist, I can pump it back up.
Yep, good thing Dispel does not get rid of Tribe.
Yeah. So this deck has a little bit of Dispel resiliency. Okay, so 5th Canopic needed to die for sure because Owl has more buffs to hand out.
Yep, and now you have free reign of your Petal Fury as well.
Yeah, immediately doing that. Immediately doing this. Maybe even Inner Focus? Nah, probably not.
Teleporting an enemy by one space would be good though.
Yep, because it procs all my stuff. And my units are basically too tanky. Like, all these Iron Dervishes could be thrown into the Owl Beast Sage, but then that does it for the Owl, or the Dervishes. And I'm not even going to give them the option if I can help it. Ooh, I have a Mistdragon Seal? What are we warping away? Probably the Owl Beast Sage or the Magi. Probably should
Probably
cast
the
it.
Magi.
Oh, we're gonna just bring the Mana Forger in to block for the Owl Beast Sage, so now I can't get hit as easily.
Oh, there's the Calligrapher.
Yeah, that is such a good last draw.
Oh no, he got the Ka.
And that is such a good replace. It might be too late for the Ka though, because my units already have such an attack bump, in that they have plus 10 each.
Though there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ugh, there's so many sand respawns. Ugh, nasty.
It's really unfortunate he does not have Portal Guardian on the field.
Yeah, Portal Guardian would just be infinite attack. And I don't have the hard removal to deal with it.
Well, you might be able to get the hard removal from Calligrapher.
My more consistent removal is I do the Narnia strat, where I juxtapose it somewhere, some faraway corner.
Yeah.
So the Owl Mentor, definitely the first priority, so the Sage is down. Second priority looks to be the Chakra Avatar, but sizing it up doesn't have the damage to actually kill it. Well, actually, no, wait,
No, he
yeah,
does.
He does, yeah, has the Iron Dervish as well as the Sand Dervish. It's gonna take his whole turn of clicking, though, just to get this Ka to work. And it's kind of hard to pre-click it, because you can't really tell which dervish it turns onto, unless you click a dervish and the whole screen lights up. Agent Cypher 19 applying the grinder technique. Just crunching down my 2 most valuable units.
He's got to be real quick about this so he can get this little corner real
Oh,
quick.
there goes the quick escape on the final second. Well, I'm happy with my last card in hand, so no need to replace, but might replace one of the handouts I get. And now I'm realizing that I should have been standing in the center tile, so I'll fix that and get that car. I have some decent cards. Onyx Bear Seal takes out a Mage Sworn or a BBS Locker. Knuckle Storm.
And you can punch him with
okay.
Knuckle Storm.
Yeah, that's all I
never
want.
mind.
Yeah, I threw that one away. This other stuff seems fine though. And Agent Cypher's still in trouble because this 4 Winds Magi is ready to do the next 14 damage. So Blood of Air probably hits the Calligrapher, but yeah, actually the Magi was the bigger threat. It was like half the mana value, but somehow double the threat value.
Yep.
And the Dream Shaper just to proc some sand, doesn't get the card draw. And I'm feeling I need to close this game before something real nasty shows up, like Portal Guardian or...
That Fire Blaze that just got conspicuously drawn.
Yeah, Fire Blaze to pump up all these dervishes +1, that'd be nasty. My burst damage right now is not great. I can't even draw 3 cards off Calligrapher until I start emptying my hand. No good targets for OBS. Could potentially draw and then draw again with Assassination Protocol. But I'm gonna have mana issues. As long as it's not giving me Artifact Defiler, I'm okay.
He could magically be running a One of Oblivion Sickle. We don't know this.
It's his 41st card.
Twin Strike's pretty nice here.
Twin Strike's okay. Divination doesn't do much. Flicker is usually an MVP card. And there is possibility of reacting this and sending it in again. And I've got the discount ready. Twin Strike full clears the board. Time for some Murasame. Just cycling cards. Twin Strike lets me draw an extra card.
Might want to. I think you should Assassination Protocol the Calligrapher just to take up space at this point.
Yeah, because I'm going to overdraw if I don't.
Yeah.
But I decided against it, and I ended up overdrawing the Assassination Protocol as well as a Magi. That sucks.
Oh yeah, that's gonna hurt. You get the Panda though.
Yeah, I have other win conditions, and this Battle Pando's somehow magically good at all phases. And I actually have a decent minion count, so this Ancestral Diff is actually a refill if I'm out. And it looks like it's spitting out floppy disks on its animation.
Yep. I mean, I guess it's confirmed that the Empire does just run off of floppy disks. Ooh, okay, yep, the Calligrapher dies.
Oh, the overdraw! This is usually the Vanar special, but this works real well for Vitruvian too if you've got Sand Swirl and they've got a maxed out hand.
And if he survives this next turn, he can kind of fill his hand back up as well.
Yeah, I could bring this Pando to life. It could take out the Sansroll Reader. I want to destroy this Fireblaze Obelisk. A Kindling has showed up, which is probably the strongest card in the deck. So with the Kindling, I could take 2 steps with one of these Mana Forgers. Yeah, move it out. Yeah, I'm going in. Forget the Sand Wave. What if my opponent was just trapped into the side? Looks like a pretty intimidating spread of minions so far.
Yeah, and then
Panda probably should have actually hit Xerix there. Damaging a minion if you can't finish it off seems kind of like a mistake. But maybe Petal Fury can give me a teleport. Alright, no, this doesn't do anything. Okay, well, Kindling has handed off a lot of attack power. That's a good way to close out a game.
yep. So he's basically got a bank on what he gets out of Dream Shaper
Yeah.
now.
Dream Shaper has to draw some gas. Windurver's probably just going to go for the Mana Forger, take out any arcane as possible. And might be able to wall himself in with a Dream Shaper and a Celebrant. Potentially buy a turn. Is probably going to want to put the Dream Shaper directly on the Celebrant's mana. I would have expected the Celebrant to be placed in front of him as a blocker, but I guess once use the 5th Canopic or something else as a blocker. Fortunately for me, my Kindling is pretty safe on the back row. So not easy for Agent Cypher to get to it. Bunch of my other arcs cleared though, so just down to the one arc. I do have teleport though.
Yep.
So slash this Iron Dervish, Phoenix Fire to the face, 2 BBS. Actually, I can't BBS at all because of 5th Canopic, so that might get
Well, you have
OBS'd.
Panda Seal though.
Yeah. So I actually
So
have
you
enough
Panda Seal
mana.
the Canopy. Alright, that might be lethal.
Yeah, because Kindling's attack power just keeps on creeping up, and if Xerix is down to 11 after this Phoenix Fire, I only need a couple spell casts to seal in the rest of it.
You would need. Oh, there's also the Panda, Battle Panda as well.
Oh
You can use
yeah,
for.
extra one.
So that means 10. So that means you need 3 more spell casts.
Yep,
Never mind. 1 more spell cast.
boom. Phoenix Fire looks like a good final spell to me. Yeah, and with that, I'm able to take game 1 against Agent Cypher 19.
Good stuff. Especially in the wake of the overwhelming Sand Tide.
Yeah, was able to just get into his face and push that final damage that I needed. And the Kindling just could not be dealt with. Didn't have enough Blood of Errors to take care of everything. Ready to go into game number 2.
Yes.
Alright, we are going into Agent Cypher 19 versus Trozz, game 2 in 3, 2, 1, going. Okay, in our group stage, everybody's playing against each other for 2 games. This is what our second game looked like, and I am not using. Both of us have a Riva Wanderer deck, and neither of us want to use it against each other because we're just dodging the mirror, I guess.
That's entirely fair.
So I'm pretty ready to just keep on using sand against fire, or fire against sand. See how it goes. It's very
Yeah,
autumnal
make some
colors.
glass.
Yeah. A lot of orange and a lot of brown on the stats. Or I guess orange and red, yeah. Okay, so double metallurgist is pretty classy. Because that's like a free Dream Shaper coming up if Agent Cypher
He
can
gets it.
get a good replace, yeah. And one benefit to playing your cheap stuff out early game is you don't draw it late game. So you don't replace into it. And myself, I've got my choice of plays. I could put a 4-drop Arcanist on 1 mana tile and teleport it somewhere. I could potentially get 2 procs with the Illusionists. I should
Almost,
probably look to destroy these Metallurgists.
I'd almost say that Sage might be the best play here.
Yeah, Sage makes all my stuff basically indestructible, and they have to use hard removal or dispel or something to get through it all.
Definitely like Sage.
Teleport it to a corner or something.
Actually, no, you can't. You could just clear the entire board here because you can move down diagonally 1, drop Sage, move diagonally up with Mana Forger, Mistdragon it for free. You can clear.
Clear the center golem, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, I'll take 1 mana,
And you'd have.
and yeah, I'll at least got the finish on him. So this seems good. Taking out Agent Cypher's ability to get the mana, getting 2 spell tokens of my own. And I've got like the whole family in my action bar.
Oh Lord, you do.
It's a nice suite of stuff. No enablers, but that's why I'm running She Die, because she comes with 2 spells. Agent Cypher has some
Probably
very inexpensive plays. 1 mana, draw 2.
Shaper. Well, there's the Ka.
That'll be useful later. Could use the Blood Tier to clear out my Mana Forger.
I almost can't help but think he might be looking to save that blood tier though.
To take out the Illusionist, maybe? Higher value target.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might mean the Golem Meddler just trades with the Mana Forger instead, because you want to get as many arcs off the table as possible. Yeah, so BTA aiming at the Illusionist. Gotta take out this nasty value generator. Which kind of encouraged me to drop a second Illusionist, because I can see how much Agent Cypher doesn't want to fight against this one, and I've got the option for another. So that is some consideration. I'll just have to note that it is Blood of Air mana next turn. So these Illusionists are kind of spread out, but they're also kind of not. Like, the Illusionists should be further apart.
Yeah.
Like, the better placement actually would have been down and to the right of that Illusion token that I just dropped.
And you don't get any lucky spawns to
Yeah,
body block the Blood of Air.
It wasn't until I passed my turn that I realized, wait a minute, this placement actually isn't ideal. And then Agent Cypher 19 is going to demonstrate me getting picked apart. Because, yeah, just because this little positioning bit, I was going a little bit too quickly on my turns. I had plenty of turn time to figure out a better spot. But, yeah, check this out. Blood of Air on this one, 2 steps up clears that one. So the Bloodseer Alchemist ping from earlier, value from that was realized.
But at the very least, you do have Sage, so you can immediately boost these guys up and make them unkillable.
Yeah, generators at least have a trio here for me to work with. and I can pump up their health with the Sage, and then pump up their attack later with the Kindling, and potentially give them a Mist Dragon Seal with the Sparrowhawk. So we got a lot of plays coming up.
Somebody just said, I love the contrast between Yoshida and his Xerix, because you've got so many options, but and I hate to say it, he's kind of been pigeonholed into about the same plays every game I've noticed with the Xerix deck.
It's a lot of responding and a lot of hoping to survive until you get your Wall of Sand and
Yeah, the fault
Infinite.
out.
Yeah,
I'd say that's probably the only thing I don't like about
the Fault
playing
deck.
Fault.
It's kind of the one-track thing. It's kind of like those Ice Age fan art wall decks that just try to get their win condition of surrounding the battlefield.
Yeah, and then someone drops an EMP the next turn.
Yep, Counterspell or Plasma Storm or Rebuke. There's a lot of ways around that. Me with just the Kindling and a couple of Illusionists seem to be doing pretty fine. Illusionists hit real hard. I opted to go for the Kindling instead of the Albius Sage. Push the clock. But Albius Sage is usually better.
Ooh, he might be dropping a Ka to get rid of your Kindling now.
Yeah. Would even be able to keep the Ka alive.
He's got a spare though, so
Would that be value more than 5 health? Guess we'll find out. Going to 20 is probably fine. But the Ka is susceptible to a Phoenix Fire, so I do have at least one of those hanging out in the deck. So Agent Cypher's got to know to play around that too.
you can also dump a Sparrowhawk down, get the Blood Mist Dragon Seal, and then MDS one of these illusions into the Ka in the corner and get rid of
Oh
it that way.
yeah, that's a good way to chase it down. Probably the best way, and probably worth doing, because if a fault shows up, this Ka is so online that it probably can't be put back offline.
Nope, because then Kindling would only make it worse.
Yeah, everything gets in the Ka range. Sparrowhawk eats my turn though, but you know, eating your turn is preferable to having your game eaten.
And Sparrowhawk's still it's a well-statted minion as well,
Yeah,
especially for an Arcanist.
yeah, it can take that general hit and possibly survive to get these buffs from the Owl Beast and the Kindling.
It's actually got really good stats for what it does, especially for its cost.
Yeah, 3 mana, 3/3 that hands off something real nice. That's Power Bond. You can like cheat way above your cost level with that. Bond
He's
is
got
especially
EMP.
funny. Oh yeah, EMP is real good for knocking down all my buffs and making me potentially start over. Also, just for being a 7/7 beater.
Interesting.
Unsummon on an illusion, pretty good. Although maybe it's not pretty good, because now this illusion is easy replace for me, and it's kind of like a card draw.
Yeah.
I don't seem to have that on the mind though. I'm just gonna play it as an arc. Because immediately pumped up. It's still within Sandscroll Reader range though, so I'll have to finish that off with Sparrowhawk. But this seems just fine.
Yeah.
I'm even 3 out of 5 the ways of blocking the faults.
Yep.
I guess Illusionist could have been played on the top for an even bigger block, but this is pretty good. EMP's finally making an appearance. It might be decent against the Owl Beasts, but it just gets cleaned up. So maybe it's not that good. EMP and First Wish, making an 8/8. Just for the funsies.
All right.
Yeah. And it's
Okay.
actually lethal on the Sparrowhawk, which makes it pretty decent.
Yeah, and staring dead in 8/8's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's making me wish I had some OBS in the deck. Well, I have some amount of damage. Why don't I apply damage to the situation? And there's an old axiom, blocking or methods for blockers.
Yep. Oh God.
So
No,
I'll
that's
just
game.
put everything into it, which turns
And
out
see,
to be
here
lethal.
I was thinking like, okay, well maybe you could like Misdragon Seal the Owl Beast and run away and kind of block for a turn, and then maybe win later. Like, oh nope.
Nope, not so. So that is all of Agent Cypher's games, where he went completely neutral. Went 2-0 in the first series, 1-1 in the next series, and then is tied up 0. Sorry. Oh, I had something go
That's
down
all
the wrong
good.
pipe just as I started to talk. But yeah, Agent Cypher is currently as many wins as losses. We'll be doing some tallying here to see who is the top half of each group and bottom half of each group. But we don't really have much of a sense of it from those 3 games, so we've got the other half of series. Are you ready to jump into kopiuyt versus nyxnyxnyx?
Yep.
All right, let's do that. Jumping into it in 3, 2, 1. Paste it. Kopiuyt, our excellent trophy winner from the previous series. More.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
that opening
there it
hand.
is. Bastion. Yep, check this out. So here's your deck you cooked up from.
Yeah.
Blood Tier is a decent starter, at least. It's not like the... I've seen people open up Player 1, Turn 1 Dreamshaper, and it's pretty sad every time.
It's so depressing.
Yeah, this he can at least pretend that he's got a 4-drop. Or replace and find another golem. Well, the backup plan of a Bastion somewhere is pretty nice. Would you actually take a diagonal step to put it in the corner, or would you just put it on like the top or bottom?
I think it kind of depends. Like, honestly, Vanish is just one of those cards where you can kind of plop it down anywhere, because it's either going to eat some kind of removal, it's going to eat a
Take just like
dispel, or it's just going to be like
takes
the
like 10
opponent's just got to
damage.
throw their stuff at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Okay, probably don't need to overthink the placement then. Maybe just like putting it up and left and then taking 2 steps to the right
Yeah.
is good.
Up on the left, take 2 steps to the right, kill the Our Sister,
Yeah.
control the middle, it's out of
Seems other
range.
option is an Aegis Golem. Oh, here's the other option.
Yeah. He's
So
just going to do the naked Aegis Golem.
this is a funny place for Aegis Golem because it can't be hit by this replicant because of its diagonal positioning. So
Yep.
it could threaten some value. It really shines when you pair it with the Provoke guy.
Oh, yeah, Vanquisher.
Got any of those?
I can't remember. I think he put them in there. I think he put them in there just because the whole point of this deck is to make the Sirocco's as crazy as possible.
Oh yeah, he's got
Yes,
2 of them.
there are. Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Yeah. Pretty
Oh,
nice.
yep.
Oh, this is a strong opener for Nyx. Loves getting that Yggdra's Veracity out. Aegis Golem in its sights.
Almost might want to.
Aegis Golem into
At this,
Dreamshaper?
no, so I was
Actually,
thinking
no, that
was
doesn't.
drop Bastion into the diagonal corner above Aegis Golem, step down to punch the replicant, and then um, Bloodbound spell, because at the very least you get a 2/3 and
Yeah.
and the Bastion there to possibly take the Veracity over
Oh,
too.
Bastion replaced. Oh no, I was thinking Inner Oasis would be good after that turn with the Bastion dropped because it pushes it way out of range.
Yeah. Oasis might actually be better here.
Yeah, there it is. Aegis Golem is now too tanky for this Velocity, and Velocity doesn't have an angle. This is actually a really good placement for an Aegis Golem if you have your general just in front of it.
Yep.
Because if you cannot be adjacent to it, you cannot damage it. So here's a telegraphed Basilisk in the face.
But that's also a lot of damage to the face.
Yeah, and this is enough of a delay and a stun that Nyx has a pretty good path here for a win. Kopiuyt's gonna have to fade behind his strong golem here. Ooh, Blood of Error is pretty nice, but is kind of sketchy against a Basilisk. I guess the Basilisk gets hit with Blood of Error, and then Kopiuyt goes down to 6 by slashing the Velocity. That sounds not correct, because Spirit of the Wild is huge.
This is one of the reasons I.
Hmm.
It's one of the reasons I fell out of using Aegis Golem after a while. It was just it's really strong, but it also just doesn't like to do anything either.
Yeah, it's not getting damaged, but it's not able to do much here. It might be able to punch a Sentinel if it got close, but that's not going to happen. Wind Striker to add to the stuff in the way. And being able to take out the Sentinels pretty nice too. Opting to not immediately slash it, so is going to be fine just not playing spells for a bit.
The Hailstone's gonna get rid of the Golem though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hailstone get rid of the Golem.
Well, it only gets rid of the Wind Striker. This Aegis Golem is still in a pretty decent spot.
Well, no, the Hailstone Prison in the in Nyx's bar get rid of Aegis.
Yeah, yeah.
Punch Wind Striker with the Sentinel and the General. Rossi can move forward and punch face. Oh no! No, never mind. Oh wait, never mind. He doesn't have enough mana for it. I was like, I saw the Spirit of the Wild. I'm like, wait a second.
Spirit of the Wild. Yeah, it's not quite coming online yet. Doesn't look to replace it though. Has big plans for the spell.
Oh, wait a sec. Oh, no, never mind. I'm still getting ahead of myself.
Hailstone Prison is definitely it though. If you see your opponent with a maxed grip, it is just the perfect spell. So, see you later, hey, Aegis Golem. Face is the place. Oh, is Nyx going for a... Oh yeah, I was thinking Spirit of the Wild this turn, but yeah, that's not happening. One more Spirit of the Wild is all it takes to close the game.
Yep. And I don't think Kopi's got anything in hand that's going to get him out of this.
Yeah, EMP is usually a way to get out of a situation, but it's not going to heal you in the process.
Interesting.
Basilisk doing an impression of a Phoenix Fire.
Yeah. Because I almost would have preferred if Nyx had kept his Basilisk there.
Yeah, to threaten this Blood of Air not being able to be used, because now Kopiuyt has a decent play of Blood of Airing his way out of this.
Yeah, he's got a turn at that point.
And then can even put a Blood Seer as a blocker. The diagonal fade away.
Yeah, and then that's Death of Cure. Ah.
Nyx, not quite with lethal.
Unless he replaces Lucky.
Yeah.
Nope.
Probably just gonna stun the Iron Dervish, yeah, and then put a Face Striker
Go
here.
freeze.
Now it's almost impossible to summon something, because there's no spots. Well, other than what you can summon next to the Iron Dervish. So, what do we got? EMP is okay.
Bone Swarm.
Actually, no, EMP doesn't do it. That's it. Kopiuyt has lost to nyxnyxnyx's Face Striker. Interesting stuff. Didn't need to Spirit of the Wild did it all.
Nope.
Alright, ready to jump into game number 2. Kopiuyt
Yep.
versus nyxnyxnyx. Going into game 2 in 3, 2, 1, paste. And there's no rule against which deck you can pick out of the 2 decks that each character or each of our competitors have. So we actually just have the same decks getting run right back. Kopiuyt's feeling that this Golem deck is better than the Wanderer deck for what he's up against.
I think I might disagree with that. I think Kopi's probably doubling up on the Golem deck to get a better feel for it before maybe committing back over to Wanderer for the rest of the matches, or swapping between the two for the rest of the matches.
I don't know. It seems to be more of a how you feel on average versus the 2 decks that you're against. Like you've got a deck that just gets solved by a card that's on one of the 2 lists, and you might avoid it.
Yeah.
Riva Wanderer doesn't really get solved super easily by any individual thing. I think Hailstone Prisons actually do a lot to it because it's kind of slow to play its stuff out. So maybe wanting to get as much on the board as possible with the golems.
He's got a very good setup for it, though. Probably, definitely next turn replace the Celebrant.
Yep.
He's also got the Vanquisher Aegis combo as well.
Yep, that's the good stuff. And Bone Swarm might be really useful depending on where this other 2-drop gets dropped.
Oh, hang on, I gotta plug my computer in. It appears I forgot to plug in my computer.
Battery alert! Hopefully that didn't eat your replay session.
Nah, it's still going. He just punched the Polarity.
Yeah, I played the blood tax.
Celebrant.
It's a lot of health to deal with the Celebrant. But
I mean,
it's
hey,
actually,
that's
it's pretty decent to do against this particular deck because of the Dream Shapers. You can turn off the bond. Has an option of putting a Celebrant down before Bone Swarming to like nudge this mana tile. That doesn't seem correct. Yeah, that's good enough.
Ooh, actually, Bone Swarm into First Wish on the Celebrant.
Okay.
Or he could just drop like a Vanquisher Golem somewhere. Yep.
There it is. So Aegis Golem's gonna be pretty real once it hits. Could even take care of this Basilisk.
Could take care of the Basilisk, though. The Hailstone and the Frigid Corona are...
Yeah, that's real good stuff to deal with it. So Vanquishers take a turn off.
He could, yeah, so like one step forward. Oh, never mind. Can't Bone Swarm. He can't First Wish. He could drop another Celebrant. So drop Celebrant like bottom of his general. Step forward 1.
Oh, put the... Needs to be able to collect this mana tile. Okay, just gonna drop the Aegis Golem in the Sentinel killing position, so this is pretty nice.
See, I probably would have dropped that Celebrant though personally, because then that's one less likely chance for Celebrant to get unfortunately top decked.
Yeah, maybe looking to replace the Celebrant, keeping it in hand is like a draw option. Swapping it for something
suppose.
later.
But also gotta feed that Sirocco though.
Yeah, and the Vanquisher likes as many golems out as possible.
So does Oasis.
Right. So yeah, I guess there's a lot of reasons for having the Celebrant out. Pervious Giago seems like a really good card. You just don't see it that often.
I think it's because, like, at first glance, it's a 5-mana 1/10 with Provoke, and people take a look at it, like, think, well, my opponent's just going to ignore it the entire match.
And then that's when you equality constraint it, or you polarize it, and suddenly it hits for 10.
Yep. Wait, no, Constraint will just bring it down to 1 hit point.
Oh yeah, right. I was thinking the other one that pumps its health up.
Well, Gyaiko would probably go very strong in a Bond deck.
Yeah, I've seen Bond lists run it. Usually people are doing their Windcliff airdrops, though. But it's got a space for sure. So, Mana Tile, the bottom, stolen thanks to this funny boy with the airdrop. Really weird turn 1 play unit, but it's nice to see it used.
Well, forcing Kopi to have to take 6 in total from that Sentinel, maybe.
Yeah. Pretty nice stun here. Being able to keep both these Basilisks alive, and the Provoke means that the General can't just clear it.
Wait, no, that's still Kopi's
Right.
Aegis.
Yeah.
Probably clear the Basilisks to the north, drop Reader behind, and get rid of... Yep.
Yeah, seems nice. Camp the Sand Tile for later. And the Aegis Golem is still in the murder position.
It's gonna get Hailstoned, though, I bet. But that's only gonna feed the Sirocco a lot more.
Yeah, Sirocco likes repeat casts. Yeah, for 6 mana, Dio plus Hailstone seems to be the best. I guess there's consideration for replanting the Basilisk, but probably not.
Yeah, could go Basilisk into Hailstone.
Okay, so Provoke is off the table. I would have expected the Aegis Golem to get hit by the Unsummon. But I guess they're the same cost, so it's kind of similar.
Well, I disagree there, because
this 3/3 golem is way better.
It's a 3/3 golem, yeah. He can't clear it. Well, no, he can. No, he can't clear it.
Yeah, and the diagonal attack it does is way more threatening than a random 2/4's attack. So maybe this Aegis Golem should have been the one that was bounced, and something's getting hit for free. It would be a shame to lose Dio for free.
Oh, he might be trading the Reader, maybe.
Yeah. That would explain that step.
Yeah, because you don't want Kopi to kind of get an evil grin and decide, you know what? Infinite exhuming sands. Just bounce Readers over and over and over
again. Just 2 sands. Yeah, you can loop 2 together. It's kind of funny. Paint the battlefield with sand every turn. Well, here's the free hit.
I'm surprised it wasn't on the General. Oh no, he's being evil. He's gonna be evil. He's gonna take 1 step or something. Yeah. Not where I would have put that Vanquisher personally.
Definitely where I would put the Aegis Golems though, because that is 1 dead Sentinel. And Nyx is in a lot of trouble if he can't somehow dismantle his board. Yeah, G is okay?
Yeah, Big G, definitely.
Because 10 hit points is still a ton to get through.
The only problem is Kopi's got another Sandswell ready to bounce that, though.
Right.
And even then, all it's going to take is some funky positioning with H skulls to kind of get rid of the Giago anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't like putting Vanquisher Golem in front of stuff if I can help it, because it just,
Just gets hit.
uh, yeah, it gets hit, then it gets hit again, and then it dies. It doesn't have, like,
Yeah.
the bulk.
Well, maybe it can survive on its own now if it just runs away.
Yeah, because then, yep, just put the Golem back, get a
Yeah,
free punch.
the diagonal beatdown now means game is going to be ending shortly at this rate.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Whoops, BBS counts as a spell.
Unless he's got lethal. 3, 7, 1... Nope,
I'm not seeing
not
it.
yet.
It turns out Basilisk is so nasty to play around that you don't even need to hide it behind other sentinels. You can just run it. It's a secret open to everyone. Boundless Courage,
Yeah.
kind of like a Saber Spine Seal.
Almost better than Saber Science Binds
Yeah,
the seal.
yeah, keeping things topped off is real gain. And there's the Sleet combo.
I don't see the Sleep combo too often. I think the Sleep combo kind of got overshadowed by
Everything else? Anything
not
else?
every there's more specific like the artifact combo that Lena
Oh
has.
yeah, yeah, you definitely see that more. Go be with this terrifying board of golems.
No Sorokas though. I'm disappointed.
Yep, they just never showed up.
Well,
But
no, one showed up in hand once, but
yeah. Well, kopiuyt and nyxnyxnyx going 1-1, trading games, GG's. Next up, we've got another one of my games. I'll be facing kopiuyt. Let's see if I can cope with it. Ready for game number 1 of that.
yep.
Trozz and kopiuyt going into game number 1 in 3, 2, 1, going into it. Okay. So I take responsibility for all of kopiuyt's slow starts because he's like, wait a minute, I only have like 6 plays turn 1.
That's
Fortunately
fine.
for him.
I'm taking responsibility for all the Golem
Yeah.
shenanigans.
Golem Shenanigans doing some good work last series. Let's see how this goes this series. So Celebrant is a very fine starter. It'd be a pretty dead hand without it, but with it, it's totally fine. And me, I've got some good stuff. Calligrapher is a little too big though. So those get swapped. And I'm left with good stuff. Could potentially get this Avatar doing some stuff turn 1. Well, the first emote of the day. So this is the other place of Celebrant mana tile I see pretty often. Earlier today we saw the Celebrant put the mana tile just behind it, but here it is on the bottom row.
I almost wonder if that was a misclick.
Well, you don't think keeping yourself more centered has some advantage to it? Oh, by the way, I'm doing some Songhai things.
Oh, yeah.
So I have all these mana tiles
That's
blocked off for me now.
so cruel.
And I'll take that.
I don't know. Personally, I find that
I could even...
maybe playing more defensively sometimes is better than keeping more centered.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I feel that, and then you don't want to keep in like certain kinds of close range arc options like Voth Claws. You'd want those to not be in a deck where you want to ever not glue yourself to the opponent. So being able to fade around is pretty nice. I ended up spending almost my entire bar that turn. So hopefully I don't run out of resources too quickly.
Probably replace that assassination protocol.
I mean, unless I'm somehow gonna use it to kill this Scroll Bandit off immediately.
Yep.
Because Scroll Bandit showed up, but it hasn't taken a bite yet, so it doesn't have any of my spells. Kopuyt's gonna be happy with any of my spells, though.
Ooh, actually, it'd blow your entire hand, but you can move diagonally up, drop the Chakri avatar on the tile, Sparrowhawk, Assassination Protocol or something, or Miss Dragon Seal,
DPS,
one of
yeah.
the.
The 2/1s to take care of the bandit? Yeah, that seems real good. I seem to be doing that, but I don't know if the avatar is a part of it. It probably should be, and I can teleport the bottom illusion. That might be best.
Yeah, and then you could have walked forward to put 4 on his face.
Yeah. It seems better than trying to hide on the right edge and letting this Wanderer player do whatever. There's an extremely dangerous card in the action bar I should draw attention to. For
Is it
Kopiuyt.
the Thunderhorn in Assassination Protocol?
That's a pretty good
Or
combo.
is it Mage Sworn?
It's the Mage Sworn. This is like the most single damaging card from the deck that I'm playing. The best.
Oh, nice! You did the Chakri avatar.
Yeah, gets me my board going. Pretty necessary. Yeah, the 2 outs I've got to Mage Sworn are Kindling, generating a spell that costs 3 or more that can take care of it, or I can pump my team's attack up enough to just attack it. And I can like Jux it in. Actually, no wait, Jux doesn't work.
Nope.
And a lot of my pumps don't work. So it's mostly just Kindling. Also, the General's face. That's the usual out. If I can just apply damage, then I can...
Wait, don't you mean Calligrapher?
Right, yeah, I meant Calligrapher.
Until he drops the Night Sentinel, or the Night Watcher in the deck.
Oh yeah. It's a 3/7 without rush. Night Watcher, I put it in the deck mostly for the Hate Furnace matchup, but it ended up being good in so many matchups. Yep, Avatar was never safe. But that's fine, got a minion off the table in the process.
And then the Clutch Rust Crawler right there. That's going to win the game right there, I bet.
It's the MVP minion. It's not eating any artifacts today, but
It's still a
just being
2/3. It's
two-block-
solid.
Yeah. It's one of the rare early plays for this deck, so it's definitely not getting replaced.
And there it goes.
Yep. So now it looks like it's gonna be time for Maw.
Could probably drop the other Sparrowhawk down and then
Yeah.
Murasame.
Murasame is probably good enough to just start cycling now to find something else. Usually you want it when you already have your spell likers out, but don't have that luxury.
Yeah, you should probably get the gas going. Oh, there's the panda.
Panda's always good. Thunderhorn! Oh, with the instant reactivation. Behold this chain lightning. Well, that was a blowout.
Yeah, at least you didn't take any damage, though.
Yeah. It's one upside I've got of this assassination protocol is that no matter what, that minion just isn't going to be damaging a general.
That's going to be dirty. He can drop Zendo next turn, maybe force you to punch Thunderhorn. Clean up more of your board.
Yeah, Zendo is some real good secret damage. It did get recently nerfed on its attack power from 3 to 2, so that's something to keep in mind. But a Wanderer deck is still going to have it at 3 attack.
Yeah. Honestly, I almost want to say like the reduction to attack really didn't do anything to the lethality of the card.
Right, right. Kopiuyt is lamowing at Magesworn. So now my Trinity Wing can generate me 3 unplayable cards. Because it gives me 3 0 or 1 cost spells, and it has
So
to be,
much value.
yeah, it needs to be at least a 3 cost spell for me to cast it. So the consideration I've got, oh, I replaced and found the card that I needed to deal with this. So I'm pretty happy with that. Calligrapher now just needs to find me like an OBS, or I'll take a Bamboozle, anything that's a hard removal piece that costs at least 3.
You
So
could flicker.
Flicker is a usable spell. So I can use Flicker to potentially pump up my team if I've got the other arcs out. And I might even have another attack with the Calligrapher to use it. Kopiuyt's just gonna pump up with the Wanderer. And really the onus is on me to figure out how to deal with the half my deck suddenly becoming unplayable.
Yeah, it looks like the only play that can really be made here is the Magi, so you don't overdraw.
Yeah. Because if you have your bar maxed out, you're not getting any new draws, and then you can't get out of a certain situation. Fortunately, no one runs Riddle or Sphinx, so you can always replace stuff away. I will just panda my way to victory.
Yep.
Killing Edge can still be cast on it. Zendo.
And he's gonna force the confrontation now.
Yep. So if I put units in front of me, I can prevent myself from doing the auto walk forward.
Oh, wait a second. There is an out now. You can run the Panda to forward 2. You can drop Mod, do 2 damage to Zendo, and then you can
Oh, I don't
dispel
have them
the
all. Those
Mage
are
Swarm.
his. I'm on the top
Oh,
side.
dang it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna need to like. Oh, too bad I didn't have a shroud.
Oh, okay, the bright side is Copiuyt can now shroud his own Mage Swarm. And mod his own Zendo, and the play still works.
Yeah, if I can convince Kopiuyt's excellent hand to dismantle his board, that'd be set. But I have a very certain texture and flavor to my deck in hand that wasn't accounting for this unit, strangely enough. I should have just put copies of OBS in my deck that I could replace and find. As is, I have to do some shenanigans with fake generated spells like Flicker.
Oh no, that's gonna get light. Oh, that's gonna get light bendered. Oh god, all that's gonna get light bendered.
He's got such good stuff. And Jux to set it all up.
No, he can't use Jux because of the Mage Swarm.
Right, Jux, the block actually works both ways. So you don't have to play around the BBS and such. I at least like that this Charity Wing has flying, so I can pump up its attack once with some kindlings if I've got them. Flicker in, fly in. It has 9 health, so the better out might just be to win the game if I can do 19 there. have a huge squad ready for spells to be cast and one spell to cast, which is not nothing.
Yeah, those pandas are going to also help put damage on his entire board as well.
Yeah, and I'm placing things so I don't have a 2-step forward auto walk with Zendo. I'm trying to kite my own general or manipulate my own pathing. I have seen wall decks actually just get so walled in that Zendo gets them running left and right each turn.
Okay, the crown's good.
Yeah, the 5/6 that spits out 3/3s. But the Lightbender play is too juicy to not go for, because this Calligrapher could have gotten more hits for me. If I had open slots, that is.
Yeah, that mage swarm just hurts.
Yeah. The last time I felt discountered by a single card was last season. I had a Lilith BBS deck that had Variax and loved making awesome Wraithlings, but a single of those BBS stoppers and the game is over. This one was just kind of a deck building issue, I feel, from my end. I don't know, I can't for this one correctly. But I'm not convinced that I'm 100% out yet, because between kindling, doing a attack bump, and my whole team having flying, and a little bit of incidental damage from Panda, if I can get some of my own out.
Only problem is Flicker's your only play, and like
Yeah.
you
At
kind of don't want to flicker in front of the flicker to anything.
The flicker is going to be the final play for sure. That puts me right in range of everything. And then I can't even disengage immediately because Zendo means that I had already moved an attack that turn. So really, I'm flickering in for a grand finale.
Maybe run Calligrapher into the something.
Yeah. Just deletes it. That's fine. So between the two Trinity Wings, I can fly out with them both, kill Zendo.
Oh, wait, he's got Trinity Painter.
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't run the Mystic over 2 and then drop Painter on the diagonal behind you. Would have cleaned up your entire board.
Yeah. Has other plays in mind though, which is pretty fine. I guess it's just confident enough that I'm not going to find enough spice to get these Trinity Wings coming in hot.
Second Kindling.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was waiting for. If I had 3 Kindlings out, then the one spell cast would feel like 3 spell casts. Here it is. Time to flicker. My team is pumped. This is the one double pump I'll get. But then the next bit is how do you not lose the game immediately at this point? Difficulty level impossible. Well, and with this, kopiuyt. Kopiuyt destroying me with a single card pretty single-handedly, making it look easy.
Run a Trinity Wing, run both Trinity Rings into the Mage Swarm. Get a couple more spells off, maybe? No, you still die.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, because the Mage Sworn doesn't deal enough damage to kill the Trinity Wing off, so I can't even put the 2
Well, I
Trinity
was
Wings
gonna
into it.
say, dump the one that's at 4 hit points into it first, and then run the other one into
okay.
it.
Yeah, that actually might have done it. And then I could cast a couple spells, my attack power skyrockets on my team. But then I run out of into the action of not having... actually, that might have bought me a turn.
And you've also gotten some more procs off of the Magi in the back as well.
Right, that one not silenced or transformed yet. Oof. Not this game though, I could not solve it. Ooh, I spilled some water on my keyboard, which is doing a little bit of
Oh no.
tea on it. I hope that doesn't freak out. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna drain it. Yeah, so as long as this keyboard doesn't spaz on us, we're doing good. And that was game one. Kopiuyt and I at it. But yeah, let's hope this thing can do a copy paste. Kopiuyt, congratulations on game one win. Ready to go into game number two.
Yes, sir.
Alright, let's go into Kopiuyt and I game number two in 3, 2, 1, pasting. We are most of the way through Group B. And here we go.
It's the mirror match again.
Yeah, this was me realizing that that one card destroyed me so hard that I just need to not be playing that deck. And Kopiuyt, of course, knows that this deck has the auto kill on one of my two decks, so it's just going to run it. So this should be a better match that... Oh, Wanderer on Wanderer. But we got our different takes on it. Nice to see Kopiuyt with multiple 2-drops, so it can have a pretty respectable opener. Might even just Lantern Fox, but that is not so great when you've already got a maxed out hand, because its passive doesn't do anything in that rate. Instead, it's me with the pet Bastion. Bastion pretty tempting. I think I just have the one, well, of course I have the one of because of the Wanderer. I like to throw one of these in a lot of decks.
Yeah, it's just good value.
Especially if you're player 2 as an opener. Because getting it turn 1 is really nice. Yep, so Rust Crawler, pretty decent for making a reach towards the mana tile. I'm kind of tempted to destroy this Lantern Fox. If I miss Dragon Steel, the Rust Crawler, then the extra Phoenix Fire is just wasted. So that seems kind of tempting.
Yeah, no, you can Mist Dragon Seal it, punch it in the face,
Have leftover mana for
and you
Bastion.
can play Bastion somewhere.
Yeah. Yo, maybe this turn's awesome. Cryptographer is a consideration too, but it's not
Actually,
mana efficiency.
you could go down one, drop the Cryptographer, and then play Bastion.
Or drop a Merc Blood and then drop a Crypto and then nah, that doesn't do anything. How about Dio? Turns out I have tons of options. Lightbender is gonna make a joke out of Dio though. Tiltus might get transformed as well, so Kopiuyt's not too intimidated. Might look to, if he doesn't want to deal with Dio this turn, could potentially eat Rustcrawler with a Maw and then 2 steps up, drop a Kaido Assassin to block.
Yep.
Can't really go wrong with Lightbender.
He could also...
Okay, keeping Kaido safe is probably a lot better than using it to block and having it as fodder. Because now it could blink somewhere and potentially just kill Tiltus.
He's also got the Bakimori.
Yep. Really good refill. Probably doesn't want to replace it.
Might be the play might be to step back twice, drop the Devourer, and then Bloodbound spell. Just kind of get that going.
Healing Sage is actually kind of nice to have out with a Dealtis, because being able to spit out more of these 5/3s is pretty rude.
Yeah.
Could this be Mercblood? No, it's not.
Yeah, it could be Healing Sage and the Cryptographer.
Yeah, that's not bad, because my BBS has a 2-turn cooldown right now, so being able to cast it next turn would be nice. Or, you know, we'll just get it down immediately. I feel like I'm not getting proper value out of this Mercblood Devourer, but I guess
Or
having...
Bastion.
Yeah, Bastion could have handed off a lot of health by now.
Granted, though, there's not necessarily a whole lot of variety of targets for Onyx Bear, so you might get that baited out with the Dealtis.
That'd be nice, because it's already hit for 5. So I'm fine with it eating the one piece of the hardest removal. We might be seeing Kopiuyt do a diagonal step forward, slashing the Cryptographer and dropping the Lightbender to silence the 2 Heartseekers. That's not a very good use of it, though.
Oh, no. What could happen is he diagonal downs with the general and punches the Cryptographer, blinks the Kaido Assassin.
Nah, yeah, blinks to kill Dio and then silences the Tombstone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be good. And any spawn location is silenceable, so it should be fine. Might end up silencing the backstab along the way, but that's worth it. Suddenly having doubts, did that blink really early and needed the clock as an encourager. What? Why isn't Lightbender the play? Why isn't Lightbender hitting the... I don't even remember that play happening, because how could... Wait, why didn't... This Cryptographer should have been punched, and the Lightbender should have been put right there. Maybe Kopiuyt Kopiuyt probably ran out of time and came up with this.
Fumbled it. Yeah.
Well, now I've got this huge lockdown, dude, and it might require hard removal at this point with the OBS, depending on how it goes.
Yeah, definitely looks like fallback 2, move forward with the Cryptographer, punch the Assassin, or the... Basically, one of these is dying to the Cryptographer and the Heartseeker right there, and then just lock it down with Tombstone.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. You're just gonna... Oh, wait, Mercblood and then Maw.
Yeah, get a 3/3. Let's go. Yeah, this is the good stuff.
Then
okay.
The next turn it's Wanderer that becomes a 4/4.
Happy to have Mercblood out. It's like a double Wanderer. Time for some Wanderer on Wanderer action. Tombstone could be put on the corner to make it so this Wanderer can't even hit it. Ooh, I've got the Zendo now.
You could drop Zendo at the by the Devourer now.
Yeah.
Wait, no, he's still gonna punch the Tombstone though.
Right. Gonna have to. But even Maw just being a 4/4.
Yeah, that's nuts.
So everything on my team getting +2/+2. Love to be making 3/3 ranged every turn. Here's the fun police.
Yep. Can't have nothing good. I don't know why. I thought Wanderer was Zendo for a hot second. It is far too early at 2:45 Eastern Standard Time in the PM for me to be thinking.
That's why the D&D sessions are later in the night, so we don't have natural ones IRL, I guess.
Oh yeah, no. Always sucks to think through an entire play and then realize, wait a second, I was looking at my teammate the entire time.
Well, all these text
Kopi's
boxes are out. Yeah,
Kopi's in a
he's got a health bar situation going on.
yeah.
Cause I can go up there, hit him for 4, Zendo makes him
Drop
hit again for
Zendo.
4, and then that's like almost a death.
That's basically yeah, and then you can
One
basically
damage.
body block with the Tombstone for the most part.
Yep.
You can body block with Tombstone and Devourer. Though he's got Blink.
Yeah, so you can't actually block anything, so I'm just gonna send stuff towards the general. See if we can get a kill, because 12 damage, Songhai can push 12 damage easy. So let me just clear some of the board.
Get rid of that.
This Bastion's been in my hand all game. It's like someday.
It's the mascot,
Yep.
the cheerleader. It's giving you good vibes. Good blood tier for the extra damage.
Yeah, that's tempting. If I can have it do an extra damage and block this EMP, that'd be good. So if I was able to take 2 steps up with my general, move the tombstone over, and then use the blood tier to help wall. Instead, I am just gonna make a Heartseeker and not even block the Heartseeker. The tombstone should have been down 1 square. I was just moving it closer to the general, but
I don't think it would have mattered because
yeah, it
of
doesn't matter.
Blink.
Right. Yeah, blocking against Kalios is fake. Decent looking hand, but horrible looking situation.
At the very least, though, Battle Panda and then Inner Focus.
It's usually a big play. Using the EMP to kill the Zendo is probably the best option for now. I don't know if OBS needs to hit anything. Maybe that's better to use on Zendo, and then EMP can crush something else. So it's not a Panda reactivation turn.
Oh no!
Oh, it's Wild Tar reactivation. Check out this Frenzy.
On the Tombstone too.
Yeah, so it's gonna only take 1 damage. And then we got the finishing touch for Zendo. Well, so much for my easy finish.
Probably replace the Celebrant.
Yeah, Celebrant is way too tiny this late in the game. So here's an OBS. OBS, excellent this point in the game. Let me just take care of this EMP real quick.
Take care of the EMP. Trade the Devourer into the Tar, then Blood Tier it, and then probably just drop Jammer.
Yeah, and then refill and find myself a boar or something in kind of haste.
Yeah, honestly, depending what you draw, probably replace Bastion next turn.
Yeah.
As much as I hate to see the cheerleader go.
It was just cheerleading from the sidelines. So fortunately, a counterattack does not have frenzies, so you can stand right next to something and beat it up. And Spelljammer is looking pretty nice.
Yep, you got a bunch to Dispel.
Yeah. Battle Pando. And then draws Inquisitor Crawl, so that's real nice. ended up replacing the Shroud instead. Gotta keep the mascot.
Now might be the time to drop the mascot.
I have enough attack points on the board to be lethal, but I can't quite position it to actually be lethal. I can swap the Alchemist and the Pado and get kopiuyt down to 2 hit points, but if you can't bring someone to lethal, you might as well not even. Despite that, I'm going in as hard as I can. Yeah, because I figure I have all kinds of draws that'll help me close the game at this point.
You've also got that one Phoenix Fire in the deck.
Yeah. It's a really nice one-of.
Yeah, no, then the replace of the Bastion is what gets you the Phoenix Fire.
Yeah, the heart of the cards. It was under the mascot all along.
Yep.
Never mind. We can't play this game without a Bastion on the field. I probably should have put that closer, but this works too.
Oh, the Eternity Painter's out, though.
Yeah, well, Painter actually doesn't function anymore for turning things off, because they'll still have 1 attack power. And in the case of my deck, they have 2 attack power. But that's probably just
Actually,
the best option.
in the case of both your decks, yeah.
Yeah. So dropping
I was
Panther,
thinking,
this would
definitely thinking more in the vein of when he drops Kron, though, it's an answer for Kron.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Gonna be happy to have a Painter now. Here's our Rock Pulverizer. It's actually a decent minion. Gotta bring this Lightbender back in. Lightbender's gonna be pretty ripped by the time he gets to the front lines.
Yep. Doing all that bulking. Yeah, it looks like Painter back off and drop a Heartseeker.
Funny thing with Painter, though, if I give my opponent too many of these, kopiuyt could potentially just surround himself with these Pados that cannot be attacked and have a kind of shield. And then I need to get over.
But you have
range.
you have two Heartseekers, though.
Yeah, so 1 Heartseeker sticking is the game ending. So let me just keep trying to make these Heartseekers. Well, actually, yeah, 2-3 Heartseekers, because Bastion's doing some extra work.
See, he's the best cheerleader.
Yeah. Gotatsu for kopiuyt. Oh, the Shroud is really good too. Might use the Shroud on the Heartseeker to buy a turn.
Yeah.
Kind of a sad use of Shroud, but pretty necessary. Has
Yeah, he can also drop
to try to swing the offense back in his position, but needs to stabilize first.
Could definitely drop a Zendo down and force you to start fighting these pandas, though.
Well, it doesn't work. These pandas
cannot be attacked.
Yeah, so I'll just be looking for any other target. Which I guess works to my advantage pretty well. A blink to get the token in. I don't know. Well, I guess gonna Gotatsu it.
Gotatsu,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I might be able to find a better target for the Shroud. Maybe even the Bastion to Shroud. That'd be a weird Shroud target. Eternity
It shut down all your value, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Huh. I didn't anticipate that one.
Yeah.
So I should have. But yeah, it's guess didn't want the Gatekeeper being a panda. I'm so close to lethal.
Almost want to say replace the Mystic.
Yeah. Mystic's a lot better early game, and pretty trash late game. So the ultimate heart of the cards move is place Kron close and then try to get the rush guy.
Rush.
Yeah, in this very specific spot. But other plan is I can just fish for the ranged guy while making my own ranged guys. And then don't have the replays, unfortunately. But I have the option of not playing the Mystic to get the extra card in hand. Kind of a tough choice.
Yep.
Like, Mystic represents lethal damage, but can't actually get in. And maybe I have enough
can also
health.
start making, and actually make a really good wall, being a 3/5 thanks to Bastion as well. It'll also put you up 2 hit points.
I can't help but feel it's more useful as a replace, because maybe the next card I draw is like a inner focus kind of card, or
Or a Phoenix,
something.
or the Phoenix Fire.
Yeah. Screw it. All hands on deck. Mystic is a 3/5.
Ah, that's right. You don't have Spare Hawk in this deck, I think.
No. Yeah, bond for 1x, not likely. So Onyx Bear Seal actually has to hit the target, or the token, because otherwise the Heartseeker just ends it. And then has some options after that.
He could move the one of these. He could move the panda that's below the painter down 1,
Yep.
and then blink it over.
Oh, yeah,
Wait,
that'd
no.
work. Yeah, you can. Oh, yeah, for hitting the Heartseeker. Gonna need the 3rd damage somewhere, because Bastion in the direct center tile is actually doing incredible work, even though it was dropped so late. And don't forget this Gatekeeper can blink forward. There it goes. Gatekeeper is kind of insane with Kalios.
Yeah, it completely ignores the only downside to the card.
Yeah, it's just a stat beast. Knocking on Bastion's door had an
Don't
option
knock on
there.
Bastion's door.
Could have potentially killed the Spelljammer, but it's more interested in the structure.
Ooh, okay. You could drop Healing Sage. Wait, no, because you wouldn't be able to use the ability.
Yeah. Taskmaster kind of works with Healing Sage, which is kind of funny. But hey, check
That's
this
the
out.
game, though.
I've got a way in. Dancing Blades, 3 damage in with the Spelljammer to find lethal. So finally got that 1 hit in that I needed.
Nice.
So tying up the series against Kopiuyt at 1-1. So congrats to all of us for great series there. We have one more match left in this group, which is nyxnyxnyx versus me. Ready to go into the finale series for the group.
Yep.
Alright, let's go into it in 3, 2, 1, paste. Alright. Next
That's a
up,
poor starting hand
we have
for.
an impressively
Oh,
garbage starting
no.
hand.
No, it isn't. Capricious Marauder and Flash. Oh, it's so dirty.
Well, that's good for next turn. This turn, it's actually still dead. Having 2 flashes, this is kind of a funny hand. I don't agree to flashing out a sister, because part of its value of flashing out is it just did 2 damage to everything around it. So now it's just like a 3/2 with a little bit of extra damage. But it costs 2 cards, so I guess it was necessary to do that to have any kind of play. Because now next turn, like, Eclipse can happen. I've got a pretty good start too. Love Arc
Oh,
Stick.
no, you steal his Flash.
I got a flash! This is Song High are not allowed this card.
Everything outside of Magmar's not allowed that card.
Yeah, stealing Magmar technology. This is one of the most banned spells. It wasn't banned this time around, so I'm happy to pull for it. And that works real nice with any of what I've got going. So I don't even think I'm replacing it.
Yeah, no, because then you could like you could flash out kindling or something. Actually, there's really not a whole lot here for crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's really funny to get that against this deck in particular that values it so highly between the Eclipses and the Overcost nonsenses and the Earth Sisters.
Might just want to take. I'd almost abandon the center entirely, take a step back, put either kindling or sage in the corner.
Yeah. Maybe
That's my
like
gut
pretending
feeling.
to make a go for one of the mana tiles, like taking a step down left and then summoning something down and right to protect it a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, you could take one step down, put something directly beneath you to kind of threaten it, and then.
Ooh, can I interest you in reactivating a kindling? Because that's what I
All right,
chose.
it seems like a good deal.
Yeah, because I figured that what this Rancor, yeah, it gets pumped up pretty quickly, and don't need that on the table. I did give Nyx the option of being distracted by the kindling, but that does give the mana to me.
Yeah, for a nice Magi and a Gotatsu right there.
Yeah, I would expect a flashed out Eclipse here.
Or Marat, yeah.
Yep. Not the. I would have put that in the center to steal the bottom mana tile though, so that seems like a weird place to put it. Making it a little harder for me to run away from, I guess. Eclipse pretty nasty because any damage that it deals just comes directly to me, so the cost reduction that damaged it is direct damage to me. Pretty nasty. So there goes Flash Reincarnation, ended up replacing it. I'm not seeing a use for it. So I don't know how to deal with the minion, I'll ignore it. So Nyx only has a single minion to play. So because this Eclipse wasn't put into the center tile, Mechanic Warbeast isn't an option, or if it was, it would have been. Warbeast isn't necessarily the... Actually, it probably would have been the best play. Because if a Marauder gets dropped here, Marauder has a real ass downside that if I kill anything else, I get the Marauder. So it actually can't be the play here. It might just be a Seeking Eye turn. Wait, what? Never mind. We're just gonna Marauder. Disregard all that. Nyx is just certain that I'm not going to be dealing with this Eclipse.
Just Mist Dragon Seal, punch it. The 5 damage to the face.
Yeah, let me just Misstrike and seal this Eclipse to steal this Marauder is what I'm thinking. Or what? Yeah, for sure. Because now I have a 9/9? Bam! This game is over. Because the Owlbeast Sage is going to pump up my team so they can't be destroyed. So this Marauder isn't going to be handed over. Nyx is actually going to be safe though, because Rebuke is good removal. Not going to be safe from my Arcanist though.
Nope. Yeah, because then you can Sparrowhawk and 4 Winds, and then really just put the hurt on.
Nyx had an opportunity to kill off my Owlbeast Sage there.
Yeah, he probably figured fighting Songhai don't want to go below 15.
Yeah, and probably wants to be close to my general to actually ever close the game instead of getting distracted by my minions and running around.
I don't think it matters. I think this is lethal.
Yeah, we got Mist Dragon Seal from Sparrowhawk.
Drop a second 4 Winds.
Yep, 4 wins. I can cast a bunch of spells for it and crunch it out for a victory against nyxnyxnyxnyx. Yeah, power of Arcanists. Power of being able to cast spells at all.
Yep.
So I just need to watch out for any mage sworns that I might be against. But really, the turning point in this game was there was the Marauder turn that actually needed to be full passed. Spending the 5 mana on the 9/9 ended up being what cost the game for sure. Because the Rebuke had to come out and that ate a turn, and then now we're here.
God, that would have been lethal last turn. Or hypothetically could have been lethal.
I actually dropped my lethal. I didn't get the MDS in. I must have replaced away the Sparrowhawk, which was kind of bewildering.
Yeah, you did it for the inner focus right there.
Yeah.
Granted, next turn you can just kill him with Caligula for style points.
Oh yeah. Maybe I get myself a copy of Penitentiary in the bar just for funsies. Nyx is trying to figure out how this mechanic can do everything.
Is Penitentiary what you play after you play Bamboozle. You got to do Panda Seal, Bamboozle, and then Penitentiary to win the game.
I don't know about that one. Penitentiary surrounds the enemy with pandos for a turn. Which seems like the most useless thing. But it's got a good name.
Honest to God, I think that's just one of those cards I forget exists because I don't play anything but Vet.
Nyx trying to find a spot for him to survive. Calligraphy, what do we got? Oh, Shadow Waltz, that's a cool spell. Oh, we did get Penitentiary. Woo!
That's awesome.
I called it. Winning game 1 against nyxnyxnyx. We still have one more game to go. Ready to jump into this. Nyx versus Trozz, game 2. It ends in a 49.
Okay. Rift Beast is nice.
Oh, I haven't even
Tusk
started
yet. Nice. Oh, let me quit out of this. All right, ready when you are.
All right, let's go into game number 2 of nyxnyxnyx versus Trozz in 3, 2, 1, going. Okay, so you said we had some nice starting hands. Yeah, check it out.
Yep. Double Kuhad is not awful.
So where are you at on the turn 1 play of Tuskboar center map to just eat the mana? It's kind of a funny play that works in some decks, but again, in a Wanderer deck, I actually think that's not the play, because you'll burn it immediately. And
yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, ever since Tuskboar took the nerf to damage, though, it's kind of always been in a weird spot.
Yeah, now that it's a 2/3 instead of a 3/3, it's got a lot fewer uses. There is that one Baconator deck that loves it.
Yeah. I don't think we're seeing that Baconator deck this time around, are we?
No. We had one person that entered with it last season, but never actually used it. Well, can't go wrong with turn 1 Rift Beast, even though my hand is maxed out. Can probably get some card draw off this thing. It's got cards for a tail and for its like back spine. It's kind of like Sojourner. It's one of those. I think this was a Muko
what
sprite.
What if Rift Beast is just Sojourner's pet?
Imagine if it was a battle pet that just did its ability. It's like, here's a card, thanks for the mana. A battle pet that has an ability might be something funny to consider though, because we have the technology.
So wait, so would it be activating the ability every turn, or would it do regular battle pet stuff and then just kind of waste its turn running at something and attacking?
Well, the ranged ones don't run in, so it probably would just stand in place and use its ability every turn if that's what it was.
Okay.
But if you somehow didn't have the mana, no, you always would have it. I don't know. It's like something you couldn't turn off though, so it's probably not a good idea. Tremor on the Rift Beast. Nyx does not want me to have the extra mana. Tuskboar is fantastic against killing a Kajata though.
Yep.
And I found a good use for Rock Pulverizer.
He could flash take Yeti and punch the pulverizer though.
Yep. Instead opting to flash Warbeast. Which I guess is fine, leaves him a Warbeast on the table. I could potentially Merc Blood Devourer plus BBS, that seems great. And then keep out of range of this Warbeast.
Yep.
And threatening this mana as well. Yeah, sometimes I just can't wait for that Wanderer buff, so I have to bring my own buff. Even though this 1/1 Heartseeker would have been just fine taking out the Warbeast anyway.
You lost to Thunderhorn.
Ooh, good overdraw. It's good to realize when your opponent's at a max hand to just cast Seeking Eye, because it's a one-sided card draw at that point. Which, as this Rift Beast demonstrates, is the good stuff. Kinda weird cards.
He's got another tremor he can use. He can also just rebuke and then punch the Devourer, get rid of it.
I like Tremor before Rebuke, because you keep things in place and potentially get a bigger Rebuke later. Punching the Devourer and then rebuking is probably a really good play too. Rest in peace, the Mechanic Warbeast. Rebuke is a really nice thing to cast when you've already got a Tegedi out. Well, let's get the Earth Sister and do a stun. Earth Sister's kind of weird. She represents like extra secret damage. Something like a Scorn sets it off. Really, this homeostatic rebuke is the really good stuff for the Earth Sister, because it can immediately damage everything around it.
Yeah, no, because she can just punch into the general and then get rebuked and then deal 6 damage.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 3 damage from the attack, 3 damage from the ability, or 2 damage on the ability on the counterattack, and then, what? Another 3 from the rebuke. Pretty decent stuff. So I've got a way to take out my catcher. Don't mind if I do. And I'm staying out of range of this Earth Sister. Pretty happy to have this Rift Beast safe. So the play here seems to be Earth Sister moving forward and then immediately casting Rebuke, because that'll finish off the Dancing Blades. And then punching Devourer. Seems good. Just let's not see the mistake of dropping Capricious Marauder again when you've got other things.
Yep.
Marauder's incredible when you've got an empty board, and real bad otherwise. And thanks to the magic of Earth Sister, gets the second hit in.
And I remember when Taget was, I think she was a 3/5 before she got nerfed.
Busted.
Yep.
Pretty nice. It'd be staple in all mag decks.
Yeah, she was.
That convinced people to stop running her everywhere.
Honestly, it looks like a good time for Wanderer.
Yeah. Other option is drawing a card with Rift Beast and then replacing something and hopefully getting something as good, but Wanderer does a lot. And this is, yeah, good timing for it. Here it is. take care of this nasty thing before it does any shenanigans. And looks like Nyx is gonna fall back to the old 9/9. I don't really get the Kujatas in this deck. Like, you don't want your Capricious Marauders to be discounted by them, because then you have this 2/2 liability.
Yeah, it's just like a Bone Storm, Arashas, or really just any kind of burn spell away from being a bad end.
Yeah, it's strictly for the other half of the combo for the Earth Sister and the Eclipse. Although, if you're running Earth Sisters and Eclipses, I really feel like you wanted the 8 mana Lava Wave in here.
Oh yeah. Was it Burning Stampede?
Yeah, that was the one. Deals 8 damage to all non-eggs.
Yeah, Paragon was definitely the play there.
Yeah, Paragon answers that card just so perfectly. And then not even drawing a card because I'm still maxed out. Quite like having that hand size maxed. My plays are a little slower, but I've got the endurance to keep going. And gotta love this Sunset Paragon for showing up just in time.
Yeah, otherwise you might have had to have Panda sealed it.
Yeah. As is, I get to hold it up for the next Eclipse that shows up. I see that there's just tons of Egg Morphs in this Magmar deck, but I don't know what's going on with them. It's for the Meiotic Induction speed play, I guess, but you usually combo that with World Core so you can hit them for 25.
Yeah.
So I don't really know what's going on here. Well, it's a half decent removal spell in its own right, at least.
I guess take one step away, punch the take get with the Paragon.
Can also hit it with a Fizzling Mystic.
Yeah, and then go face with the Paragon beforehand. Yeah, that'd work.
Yeah, and then have some kind of diagonal formation to deal with Mechanters. Yeah, and Spelljammer. It's like I've been at 6 cards every turn this game. Which
Oh,
is...
there's the MVP. It's Bastion.
Yeah. Bastion doesn't quite help things get out of Ember Worm range. But that's fine. This Mechanter doesn't really do anything at this point. Which is to say, it's time for Mechanter! With one attack? That's it?
Yeah, and double frenzy though.
Double Frenzy. This card is like a weird include. You can build a Serpenti? Is that the goal?
Yeah, hit new store across all Mithron, build a Serpentine.
That's what, yeah, all the people are after, right? All those times you run into them on the leg. Well, to be fair, I guess it's one of the hottest memes in Duelist. How bad that card is.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird spell for the deck, though, because as we see, Mechanta doesn't really need it. Would have been better off with any other kind of buff, but this gives me an option to clear this. Zendo Assassination Protocol kills the Warbeast. Also, I'll just turn it into a cute animal.
You're saying that Mechanter Warbeast isn't a cute animal already?
We replaced the tusks and such, and it's got like a little bow tie. Or like a kerchief.
Yeah.
Pretty happy to have Zendo here to close things out. The Starhorn ain't running away now. This is an answer to a die threat, and the Egg Morph doesn't even help because there isn't an attack left over to clear the egg. Egg Morph is some kind of fake removal that Plasma Storm or something would have been better here.
Yeah.
But needed
So
the 3 copies of this.
ever since Rebuke came out, though, Plasma Storm really stopped appearing all over the place.
Yeah, it's more like, I guess, a tech card for taking out your randos you've got with low attack power hanging around. Like, funny thing is, Zendo now in Wanderer decks gets hit by it. Previously, it wasn't getting hit by Plasma. Must suck to be running builds or obelisks, though. You almost never see an obelisk dedicated player.
Nope.
Yeah, because silence and quality constraint, and there's a lot of stuff that make a joke out of it. Or no, I'm thinking polarity.
Yeah, Polarity would,
Just the one cast.
Natural would.
Yep. Nyxnyxnyx taking some time to figure out where this Mechanical Warbeast can possibly do some good, but Zendo just has one too many hit points, and this Panda has like one few too less attack. It just can't crack this egg. Well, it would need
Yeah, I
two
probably
attack.
should have saved that Dire Tide for the Panda right there.
Oh, yeah, good point. That actually would have made a big difference here.
That's game.
Got him. GG. All right. Well, what we are beholding. Me getting the win over nyxnyxnyx.
Oh, the Bastion for style points. I love it.
Got out of the Bastion. Take my cool Bastion. All right. Good games. GG's. That was all of Group B. We can just take a tally to see who's up and down, and got this other lovely group here. Colexiel, a question for you. Did you want to also cast through all of Group A or some of it?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Cool. Nice. Let's take a bit of a break here. Let's come back in about 5 minutes, and then I'll send you the replays and such, and then we can get started on the decks that we've got with Colexiel and kkoryu and MushyMango and the Face.
Yep.
Some mostly returning, and got that one new player in there, so some cool stuff for sure. But yeah, I will be right back. See you all in about 5 minutes or so. Okay, BRB. All right, let's fade out that awesome Songhai music, and we are back all. We may be back.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Colexiel. We are here with the second half of Group Stage on DGG L6. We just saw a bunch of Group B going at it. Pretty fun stuff. If we have another look at who is in A, we've got one of our two casters in A. It's
Hello.
nice. Hello. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Doing well. Yep.
Excellent. Yeah. So we just happen to have a caster per group. Pretty excellent stuff. We'll be seeing how the two Vitruvian duo. Let's see how those brothers are going to be doing against kkoryu, who's got a couple. Actually, we can go through these decks a little more. Let's start with the 3 Colexiel decks that you've got here for us. And yeah, let's take a look at each of these lists a little bit. We've got the Safarian list here with the 1 Lock, the 1 Civ, couple 1Xs, 1 Wraith is an interesting one to clear things out. But really, the Sirocco's where all the action's at it.
100%. And also got it with some Cipher on stuff in there as well. Got some quality constraints. As well as our good old-fashioned best friend Razorcrag Golem, who's gonna love the constraints and the phasings.
Yeah, Razor Craig was definitely did some waves in the previous tournament. It's gonna be nice to see it here again. Just the Sif style has the Razor Craigs. We can see another Golem take with Xerix that does not have the Razor Craigs. It's got some other stuff.
Yeah, definitely a bit similar to what Kopi's kind of running, except less so on the side of making Sirocco be as bombastic as possible, just kind of more in line of having good early openers and not dying in the late game.
And keeping these minions alive with Inner Oasis ×3 on both lists. Definitely loving keeping the team juiced. Your first opponent is going to be kkoryu. This guy is running Argion and Riva. These are both really fast tempo lists. The Riva list is 3x of everything, and the Argion list has a bunch of 1x's, so big variety, big some samplers, but it's got a real focus on removal. With the 3x claim, the 2x Sunset Paragon, 2 EMP, it's kind of like pretty good at stopping the show. Has the 1 Dioltis and is hopefully not going to dispel it, but has some pretty good stuff early. And the Riva is a Riva aggro list. This is in fact a starting deck. You could just pick this deck if you had a new account. I think that the idea is kkoryu likes Argion the most, and since you actually needed 2 decks to register, I guess just grab this other deck, and we'll see if we get any games with them using it. Doesn't need to use it though. So yeah, it is time for kkoryu versus Colexiel. Ready for game number 1 of that?
Yep.
All right, let's jump into
Ready
game
to
number
paste.
1. Ready in 3, 2, 1, paste. All right. We are here with game number 1 of Group A, Indubitable Mint. Huh?
Wait
Oops.
a moment.
Wait a moment.
This is.
I gotta.
Yeah, I do not have any Magmar.
Let's start where we said we were gonna start. I'm gonna actually quit out of this replay and we'll jump into it later. My name's mislabeled. I think that means the Colexiel
Actually,
games.
hang on. I got them already still logged. It should be 5/6/99/24. Should be the first match.
Okay. Really? Wow, I had the number so off.
You also got them reversed on the kkoryu first space as well.
All right. Yeah, I see that.
Paste these back in. So.
Oh, yeah, if you could paste those back to me. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I'm on
Whoops.
it. Working on it.
Okay. For the first one, I'm going to change it to this because I like to spectate from the left position or perspective, but it doesn't really matter. You can do either. All right, so we have the actual games.
What's 5, 6, 99, 23?
It's the same as replay of 24, but if you reduce the number, you can actually spectate from the other side. But since we can see both hands, it actually doesn't make any difference at all, so never mind me.
All
uh,
right.
I'll just be jumping into that one in a bit. All right, so we've got the actual game of Colexiel versus kkoryu. You want to jump into that?
Yep. Ready when you are.
Let's go in 3, 2, 1, paste. We are discovering the true replays real time. And check it out.
Yep.
There it is, kkoryu, no banners, decent opening hand. Colexiel, 2 banners. Pretty funky opening hand. You got the refill. Yeah, some nice options. Could even opt to not take the mana spring.
I usually don't now. I started favoring playing more defensively with, especially with Dream Shaper, because it's a 2/2, and I want to preserve as much board as possible.
Pretty strong opener from kkoryu. It's just nice to get the Azurite line out. The ideal follow-up for this is you get the Primus Fist, so you can Primus Fist it and Healing Mystic it, and then Cat hits for 8. You've got
Yeah,
the
so I'm gonna
Civ
go with.
way in the back. Any reason you didn't put the Civ diagonal down left to go for the mana? I guess you just really want it to be out of range of Dispel,
Was it just this spell?
Lightbender and
Because
stuff.
Lightbender, Lion's also got Celerity, so be able to reach the Civ anyways.
Yep.
I always play Civ as defensively as possible, no matter what, though.
Mm.
Looks like Kokoryu's. I can't remember if he Tempests or not.
Has the option to do that, but just gonna eat this 1 mana and drops the Silverguard Knight. Has his cat kind of in position. Several is gonna want that cat, I feel, or maybe
Oh,
even the
100%.
Zeal.
See, I considered the Zeal, but I also saw Roar was going to come online next turn.
Yeah, roar. If there was a roar into like double primers or something, it could have gotten super ugly.
Let's see. Because I'm not wanting to spoil it, because I decently know where I'm going to go with things just by watching the replay.
Yep, this Razor Crag, we're gonna know its fate. You don't just have a 10 power minion that doesn't do a lot.
Nope. Instead, I'm going to be
Ooh,
cheeky.
Bone Swarm into Civ. Lying
And I
down.
was actually debating whether or not I wanted to move Civ 1 tile forward and then get rid of the Silverguard Knight as well.
Oh yeah, because you could have killed it from where you were standing.
Yep, and taking minimal damage.
Yeah, but here's the Healing Mystic, so it was probably correct to keep the Celerity off the table.
Yep.
And then with this Knight, big Knight.
Knight's gonna. Yep, Knight's gonna go to Big 5.
Yeah, just pushing
I'm
for the win. Might have been better to hit the Golem Metallurgist to get stuff off the table, but this works for progressing the game pretty nicely.
Yep.
And not replacing either of these 2 Tempests, kkoryu is just going to have 4 points of Seeker damage to do some blasting. Really
Yep.
nice option against the Sirocco. If you don't have the
Oh,
Inner
100%.
Oasis, it's just like instant clear.
But for the most part, though, we're both in strong spots. The good old Cipherl is gonna show his true value right there.
Yeah, this 1x Civ does so much.
In hindsight, I probably should have run the Dream Shaper forward too, punched it, Bone Swarm, and then cleared out the Mystic.
Yeah, just to make sure the board's empty. Because with a live Mystic, you could potentially Holy Immo it here. So that might be the play, to move the Healing Mystic in, attack the General, and then Holy Mo it.
Yep. But I don't believe that's what he goes for.
Yeah, it's moving the Mystic to the right, so the Mo wouldn't hit the Metallurgist anymore.
Honestly, he could have moved it down to punched the 2/6 Metallurgist and then immolated there.
Okay, doing a sort of Wrath of God maneuver, which really pushes the game right along to the end game.
Yeah.
Final few slashes will do it, and this Bone Swarm was good in that situation. Siroko's got a couple charges on him.
Yeah. No, I usually wait till Soroka's at least about at 5 procs before I
Yeah.
drop it, because then just based off of numbers, it's basically going to be he's almost guaranteed to land at least one golem within spitting distance of the enemy general.
And now he's thinking about what to do about a 10-10.
Yeah.
Doesn't, like, wouldn't even want a Martyrdom if it had the option, but
No, because that just put the game back in my favor.
yeah, get a full heal. So draw 3, heal 3, finds a lion.
Plays the lion, and that's game.
Yep, doesn't have a way out of that. Alright. Game number 1 for Colexiel. Good stuff. You ready to jump into game number 2?
Yeah, let me just grab that replay number. All right, ready when you are.
Going in 3, 2, 1, paste. Alright, and we swapped up the sides.
And I have no good openers.
You have a pretty miserable turn 1, but you've got a pretty cool artifact.
Oh yeah, no.
I think does a lot of good. We have a rare opener of Silverguard Knight forward.
And my replace wasn't too hot right there. The Mirage is going to do absolutely nothing here.
Yeah, this isn't the matchup for it.
Nope, so really my only play is probably to play Celebrant somewhat defensively. Yeah, that's what I end up doing, is to play Celebrant semi-defensively.
Yeah. Gives you...
And then threaten 2 tiles.
Yeah, pretty good potential for the next turn.
And then I play extra cheeky this turn.
I gotta grab both these mana tiles. And you can get yourself an Oblivion Sickle spawn. That'd be pretty nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, get something out of it right away. Sand Swirl is here.
Actually, I can't remember if I did Sand Swirl as Silverguard Knight. I might have.
Seems okay. It's kind of out of position, but that's a decent spot for sand.
No, I didn't. I decided to drop a Vanquisher instead and just lock things down.
Okay. That becomes really good with the second wish.
Yep.
It's like a dispel or
Of course.
die.
Of course, he's got Paragons in hand. He's able to do some damage to it.
Paragon doesn't even one-shot answer it.
Nope.
He needs to drop Paragon after Paragon? Yeah, right. More like needs to replace and find a silence.
Yep. But he's gonna Paragon anyways.
Yeah.
And he misplays. Because I remember this part.
Oh no! He slashes the unit that says takes no damage from generals, like this giant force field ain't anything.
Right. Remember, kids, always read card text.
Yeah. Who reads cards? He definitely wanted to go for the Sand Slasher, or the Swirl, but didn't have the ability to attack anything else.
Yep. And I've got some plays I can make here definitely. Naturally, of course, I'm gonna go face on that
Yeah,
RGN right there.
another 4. There isn't any shuffling you can do that makes that a good attack while being able to punch the pony. So maybe the Sand Dervish next turn, or I guess, yeah, it doesn't even matter. The damage is dealt.
And then Wind Striker.
Yeah,
I
because
don't know why I punched it.
you still got the sickle. Yeah, more sands.
Look at the sickle.
And then the Wind Striker after to keep the durability up.
See, my misplay right here was that I punched a Vanquisher Golem. I should have waited and moved back one diagonally to body block the Paragon.
Yeah. Yeah, because now the Paragon could just hit it, and then all the provokes fall off.
Yep.
Well, when he's got Paragons for days, might as well play them.
Yeah, and 3/2 stats ain't half bad. They still do. They'll clear up the lower mana minions pretty well as well.
Yeah. So they got a decent power floor despite the bonkers power ceiling.
Yep.
The blistering scorn is going to be very nice to deal with all these tokens.
Absolutely. I think I dropped several the back line and then Metallurgist and then Bloodbound.
I like that you spelt V for Vitruvian in the sand.
Yeah.
You just marked the battlefield. So, my faction belongs here now. So Scorn is definitely excellent play here. It's so good, just jam it. And then Sentinel can get a pick, plus blocking a sand seems okay. Sibrel's kind of hard to give attention to. It's like too far away. Sentinel only makes it more powerful. I hope a Sentinel isn't targeting Sibrel.
I mean, there's a coin.
Okay.
There's a coin toss.
I guess he doesn't know about putting them on the sand to block the tile. So that's usually a thing that you'll want to do when you're fighting Exhuming Sands, is just put them there. It doesn't really matter in this case though, because with your artifact you could bonk it off no matter what.
Yep.
This just gives you more options and where to stand.
And then I do make a misplay right here. I dropped the Sirocco before I kind of cement what I want to do with stuff or position things.
Yeah, it was either that or pass the turn with all this mana. Or like a Blood of Air on a tiny creature that didn't need it. Yeah, because this removal option is really nice. But that does give him a chance to get back into this. If kkoryu draws a Tempest, can just smash through here.
Yep, entirely clean up the whole board.
Yeah.
But he draws something maybe better than Tempest.
Ooh, yeah. Claim actually is the counter to Sand Tiles.
Oh yeah, all the way. And then with the nice useful ping from Civ, get rid of that nasty 2 damage reduction.
Yeah, Regalia falls right off. Ooh, Kkoryu's got the symptom of having a full action bar, but none of it's out.
I'd argue that right there was a misplay, in my opinion. Just because I didn't get the full value out of the Exhuming Sands.
Yeah, immediate regret.
What?
It does keep one of your sands alive now.
Yeah.
So it was like some kind of like 4D chess, always to plan kind of thing.
And then, yep.
Well played. We know what that means. 1 damage, 2 damage, 3 damage.
Yeah, I had a very nice do-re-mi right there.
Yeah, pretty good finisher. Civ coming out both games early and being just like a matter repositioner, just doing so much work.
Oh, Sid has become one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, it's like secret technology of this year that we've discovered. That's just incredible.
Yep.
Next up, we've got you versus MushyMango. MushyMango doing a double artifact theme style. Well, not really double artifact theme. The Sag deck actually only has 3 artifacts in it total, and is mostly relying on Tempest or relying on Falcius to give like some kind of clearing power, just being able to clear stuff, and then Astral Crusader as the big finisher.
Yeah, the Astral Crusader.
It's huge. I loved it when I ran it last tournament. I kind of wish I was running more of them. It's gonna be tempting to run a bunch of them next time. It's just a biggie. And then the Cryobite deck we've got here for Vanar. It's the usual combo with all 3 artifacts. You put them together, you get basically infinite attacks and can fly around the stage chopping stuff up. So we got the 2
Yep.
Tigris there to spit out cats during all this, and a stun theme to get there. So the Hydrogarm, the Disciples, the Ices, gonna try to buy a bunch of turns.
Yep, it's a wonderful counter to basically both of my decks.
uh, let's see how it goes. We actually have a 3-game series here, but we're just looking at the first 2 games. The third game, I don't think we'll use it for a tiebreaker if we need a tiebreaker, because that seems like a weird timing to do it, and we didn't really preempt it. So, we'll see what happens. Ready to go into game number 1 of this.
Yep.
Going into Colexiel versus MushyMango in 3, 2, 1. Going into it.
And this was like my first game back in a while as well.
Welcome back to Duelist. Here's Civ.
Yep.
So you got some
Civ right there.
new stuff to work with immediately. You can't replace that guy. He's the only one in. You've got your combo here of a flying Razorcrag.
Yep.
No cut, full send. Don't need to melee any of it. MushyMango with
And
too
then
many
this
Astral
card
Crusaders.
immediately throws me off balance a whole lot because the buff to its ability.
Yeah, ability too. So something can happen where it just, no matter what, it just flies at you and there's still leftover mana to possibly drop a 2-drop. Does 4 damage. This does not get counterattacked. It just kind of flies forward with a punch. The way that you play around it is you actually have to be too close to it. If it can't charge more than, yeah, it needs to go at least 2 tiles to do the damage.
Yep.
Civ seems like pretty good response.
And I just opt to try to play as defensively as possible, but he gets a very cheeky turn 2 Crusader on
Yeah,
me.
fastest possible Crusader. This is just so huge. Blood of
Yep.
Air is nice, but it's slightly too slow. It's like, do you want to take
way too slow.
you want to take 9 damage on your face, or do you want to lose your Civ?
Yeah, I opt to
Lose the Civ.
try to be playing outside of the box a little bit, but
The way I see it, that Civ just actually you could potentially astral phasing to keep it alive. That would be kind of funny. You could pull the Crusader to the very far left side. It wouldn't do much, but it's kind of like a janky way to ban or something for a bit.
just something to get out of my face because I can maybe deal with the Desert Scout easily enough. I'm not in any danger of getting punched by the Desert Scout.
Yeah.
It's just the Astral Crusader was giving me a bit too much
9 attack.
attention.
Like this, if you don't have a Blood of Air, it's like yeah, silence doesn't even do a lot on it.
Yeah, no, and I've realized something though is that ironically it's going to be my Xerix deck that I have to use to fight Sage deck because of one particular card that's going to at the very least kind of counter Crusader.
Well, I like flying Civil around. And yeah, we do have one astral spell affecting the astral minion, so I guess that's a flavor win.
I gotta have a win at some point.
Fifth Canopic in the face. Overflowing with Razorcrack Golems, which in theory can tangle with an Astral Crusader.
At this point, my play would be to, yeah, Metallurgist into Razorcrag and the
Small
diagonal
Canopic.
there.
Yeah, yeah. And you're applying the beatdown mentality before more Crusaders show up.
Yep. I'll usually always go face with the general if I can, so long as I'm not behind on hit points.
I usually base it on if I think I have a stronger late game or not. Check out this value! Falkius absolutely the MVP of this deck. That plus BBS can start punching through Ember Worms.
Yeah, it's a good thing that Falkius got nerfed to 4 mana.
That was way too ridiculous before. It was 3 mana, 3/3?
Yeah, it was 3 mana, 3/3, same opening gambit. It was one of the few things that held the entire faction together for the longest time, and everybody loved or hated it.
Yep, but they can't all be Mechanta War Beasts and like dodge reworks forever.
Yep. Yeah, in general, I just kind of got stuck into a very bad position here. I think I ended up Bone Storming and then going face and then dropping Razorcrag in the back.
Yeah. Kind of hopes that they don't have any more Falciuses. Falcius, however it's pronounced. Of course, we see a Blood of Air. Nimbus is pretty nasty too. There's some nasty stuff here. Okay, so opting to just win with Swarm King Scarab is pretty respectable.
Yep.
So MushyMango's deck here is like 1/3 tempo, and then the rest just like these super nasty creatures.
Yeah, it's just if this deck ever gets going though, it gets going and gets going hard.
Yeah, you actually have to watch out for the Desert Scout bonking into the Razorcrag Golems, because if they get line of sight, they can get a free kill. So placing your general in front of it definitely gets around it.
I get the phasing.
Yeah, so that lets you dispose of the Swarm King Scarab. You can't place it anywhere it's not going to be immediately picked off though, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So I might as well just put it right there.
In the most aggressive spot.
He can give MushyMango the choice of any of his 4 things to clear it.
And I believe I resolved just to go kill the Canopic in the end.
More Crusaders showing up. Desert Scout could potentially fly in. It's just gonna do a normal attack. 6 damage, almost lethal.
I can't remember if Scout ever did its ability at all this match.
He could have done it right now. He's got the 2 mana. Oh, no, just gonna do our normal punch to the 10-3 to take that out. No, pretty reasonable stuff. Soroka with 0 charges. Oh no, that's got 5.
Yep.
So the 5
but
charges will
this is
something. It's too little, too late at this rate with the Crusader right on you and no way to get away from it, other than gotta hit it with the Blood of Air. It Nimbus is tempting to hit with Blood of Air though too, because it's so annoying.
Yep.
Mango's got the ultimate Vitruvian spell, sort of.
Oh yeah, Net Vision.
Yeah. Hope we see some
Yeah.
vision action. Might not be this game, but at some point. Well, we technically got a value engine now with the Sand Swirl. But here comes the second Crusader.
Oh, 100%.
It's gonna show everyone off its cool attack animation with its galaxy swing.
Yeah, watch Gurren Lagann.
It's gonna
There's the second Crusader.
think chucks galaxies as if they're shurikens. And without a double removal option, it's nice that Blood of Air is finally here, but yeah, without extras.
Yeah, and at this point, this is just game.
Yeah, BBS slash Dissension does a little bit. But as we can see, Bloodborne.
The Blood of Air.
Yeah, and then just kicks the door right in. And that's MushyMango getting a game off Colexiel. Ready to go into game 2.
Give me 1 second. All right, ready when you are.
Alright, we are jumping into Colexiel versus MushyMango game number 2, starting in 3, 2, 1, starting. Alright. Got the deck mix up.
Yep. And
Despite
Mushy's starting off really strong with 2 parts of the 3-piece combo right there.
Yeah. This is going to be really easy to assemble Exodia this game. EMP is real nice to counter that combo once it's come together, because it's a 1-card answer. It just takes forever. This is one of the few decks that can deal with the Sirocco Infinite.
So I realized something in this match is that Elena's Bloodbound spell, the reduction to movement, does not go away after a turn. It's permanent.
What?
Yeah, no. So when Ilona reduces the movement of an enemy minion, it reduces it by 1.
Oh my goodness!
And
it doesn't have
it
the
does
text.
not go. It does not go away.
What? Oh my god! This is some kind of like crazy secret known. The people should be exploiting this. This is so bust. That's not intentional.
That is busted.
That is so bust. Wow. If that actually. Oh my goodness. We're about to get a special game. Look at this freaking BBS. I didn't even realize it was just omitting that bit of the text. But yeah, this card reads like some kind of nasty buster. People have just been using it to stun, but that's actually not the true power of it. What if you cast it twice on something? It's stuck forever?
It can't move. It cannot move.
You just cast something, crypto, cast something else, and then it's gone. Yo. I'm gonna go with, I don't think that was intended, but I'm sure as hell gonna exploit that. Time to build a new age BBS stun deck.
Yep. God, no, just stock out the deck with Mentor and Cryptographer. All of a sudden, the opponent just can't move anything.
Yeah, usually you don't have Mentor with Cryo, but what if you just did?
And now Celebrant is cursed forever to only move 1 space.
Check this out. Metallurgist.
Actually, okay, I don't think it double taps though.
Okay, so they were both hit by the -1. So in theory,
Let's see if I can still move Dream Shaper.
Yeah, you should in theory just have the one space movement for this turn, but I guess mission successful in making this general much more powerful. Could this now be the premier Vanguard general?
Now, I could be wrong on that. It could go away after a turn, because I did notice he did also tap my Dream Shaper.
Okay. Well, we'll definitely be able to see for it this turn. Because it's either falling off the Celebrant or it ain't. And I have a feel like people would be buzzing about it in the Discord if that was actually a free infinite.
Yeah, it's just infinite sand tiles, sands the exhuming sand.
Yeah, combo with like the Draugr build. Everything's reduced by 1 immediately. Combo with the Ice Blade Binder. Ooh, that card
Oh
sounded
yeah,
real strong.
and then there's Civ.
Yep. The way you fight around this deck is you can crush it before it gets its combo rolling. So although we
Well,
have all pieces of the combo
fortunately.
here. Okay, so the slow did fall off the Celebrant. That's good.
Okay.
But that probably should have some clearer wording, because it definitely doesn't say it lasts until end of turn.
Yeah, it just,
But yeah, that's something good to notice.
honestly, my play
Ice
here
Arrow.
probably should have been to go back 2 and then drop Swarm King.
Yeah. Because if you can drop the Swarm King in a spot where it doesn't get immediately crashed. So it'll take 7 mana for MushyMango to slap on the full combo, so you still have a turn. But half the combo is still plenty, because you can manually crystallize and then hit something. This is pretty awkward, because you can't drop Dream Shaper into Sirocco, because Dream Shaper just fails.
No, it doesn't. I still have the Celebrant in the bottom.
Yeah, I got the Iced Up Celebrant. Celebrant real nice for that.
I might have been dumb and played Tar instead. That's what it
Mm,
feels like.
I feel like the draw 2 is really what we need. Yeah, so this is good.
Yep.
And then Tar into BBS. And trading hit points, because you've got that hit point lead.
Honestly, I probably should have dropped Sirocco. Yeah, I did drop Sirocco in the end.
Okay, Tar's a consideration because the battle pet is always going to attack, so it would just be a 5 attack minion. But that's a lot of golems. MushyMango needs one more turn to equip the slaughter gear to delete everything at once.
It's gonna make sure Civ can't do anything.
Yeah, Civ just keeps on getting locked down. Just the ice magnet. So 7 mana, make the pet tiny. Wild Tar is a funny one, because its attack scales up to like infinite. If you can put the Wild Tar somewhere really hidden, and potentially fly it out the turn after. Other option is Swarm King can go somewhere. It's Swarm King time.
Yep.
So
What?
yeah.
No,
So
I know my blunder.
here we are. So when you're facing a combo Ilyena deck and they hit 7 mana, they're gonna do this. This is when you like cue the Benny Hill theme music or something funny. And yeah, look at that. This would be the power of this setup. MushyMango actually brought the same deck last tournament, but it was so sick he had to do a rerun. and then moves close for one last slash. Well, that was one hell of a turn. The wild dart
Yep.
wouldn't even done any better because although it would have infinite attack, it just gets cleared for free.
And then I opt just to kind of get rid of the artifacts.
Yeah, if you don't have an EMP, sometimes this is best. Because no matter what you would put down, it just gets cleared for free and works as like a booster. Hydrogarm, Aspect of the Mountains, neither of them do burst damage to generals. MushyMango has to fade away and find some way to clear. Come on. Well, 5/5, pretty threatening. You could enter Oasis and then a quality constraint to clear it.
I believe that's what I end up doing, is I constraint then Oasis it. And then I also de-ascension the elemental for good measure.
Okay. I was thinking pumping up one of the bone shell barriers. But the Oasis is not going to do that. Right, yeah, 'cause, yeah, you're fighting against those, so you'll want to pump up that Razorcrag to potentially just do... How's it even going to get in range, though? Like, it can smash through the Seismic Elemental, but... I guess you can just place a second one in front of it. That's like taking another step forward.
And then, of course, he gets the Mage Sworn down, so no more equality constraint shenanigans.
Yeah, that's too bad.
And now we play the long game to see who kills who first.
And
I get my second Sirocco.
Hell yeah. 8 golems is so many. And there's basically no chance that this full combo can be assembled twice. That actually,
now...
Mage Sworn's text fell off, so that's something.
Yep. I think I ended up ignoring that fact, and I still replaced the equality constraint, I believe.
Yeah, it gives your
For
Razor
Sirocco the Third.
That's what we call the skillful replace. Well played. Wow.
And then I
Look
get
at that.
greedy.
Boom! And it's gone. Oh man. Greed instantly punched. I guess he didn't look over the deck lists.
Nope. So I realize now he could have gotten rid of my Sirocco pretty easily right there. So I get my last Razorcrag.
Yep. MushyMango drawing a dragon though. Emberworm actually incredible in this position. Well, I guess this is as close to a dragon as you get in a duelist.
Yeah.
But yeah, 10 power flying. And the Razorcrag up front is slightly too slow to get him in range, thanks to the long range BBS. But you've got...
but I top deck.
Yeah, nice. Plan B.
Oh, that was the top deck of the day right there.
Yeah, nice stuff. Tying up the series. Of which it actually has a secret third game. Maybe we'll cast that at some point in the future. But not
yeah.
now. Well, we'll call that a 1-1. Good stuff. Going easy. Even next up, we've got you versus Indubitablement. I mean, underscore. Oh. It's 4 dashes as it turns out. Or under dashes. And as for the decks that he's packing, we've got a build deck from Rag. Build decks are pretty funny. They somehow seem like weak, but also way too powerful at the same time. It's going to cheat out some really powerful units, and then cheat out the timer with... Doesn't actually have the timekeeper, so just going to honestly build it out normally. Progenitor is a good way to cheat out units with those, because a building unit will spit out an egg of a complete unit. And we actually see timekeepers on the Starhorn side. So yes, indeed, we have build and we have build.
Yep.
Some cool stuff there. I'm into it. Ready for game number 1 of you versus this.
Let's go.
Going in 3, 2, 1, paste. Colexiel versus, well, his Discord daily is Indubitablement, but I like calling him the face.
Yep.
Well, as you face this Magmar opponent, you've got at least a pretty nice turn 1 of Celebrant, which sets you up for quick Razor Crag.
Yep. Quick Razor Crag into Quality Constraint. That's the play I probably noticed first and was going to go for.
Yeah, that kind of jumps out as what the deck is trying to do in the first place. Pretty nice use of 5 mana, pretty sick turn 2. Let's see if this mag opener makes you convinced that that's not the play. And we got a Mandrake here, which is kind of an interesting mag minion that gets a discount for each other minion that's played at any point. It's kind of like a weird version of Astral Crusader.
Okay. And
Okay.
he gets a really strong turn 1 right there.
Yeah, flashing the grow unit in the back, and Kajada get the building in the front. So nothing can really be cleared. Ended up dropping almost entire hand for that opener, but the opener was good enough. I think it was worth it. I don't think this Mandrake was replaced, or something was replaced. Might be useful later.
I get phasing.
So the play here is still pumping up the golem, right? Don't think much has changed.
I can't remember. Or it might be. I was kind of hoping for Bone Swarm so that I could constrain the build minion.
Oh yeah. Well, there's probably a
I
better use
still
of
decided to
constraint.
do that.
Yeah. And
I decided to go for Tar.
Yeah, that's all right because you get rid of their unit discount, which actually didn't matter in this particular hand situation since the hand was already dumped. So Indubitablement needs to fade away, I feel, and let this Vindicator do its work.
I think I'm more in favor of him pushing forward and attacking with both of his minions.
Yeah,
Or his
Wildtar
general and
definitely
his
likes.
Vindicator.
Wildtar would definitely punish any of that. So it's just gonna fortify the top side, get this card draw engine going. There's just not enough equality constraint for all of it.
Nope.
So Astral Crusading doesn't do enough to get rid of this Vindicator. Blood of Air is like slightly not high enough power level to warrant it. Because this Vindicator's kind of tiny. Civ is kind of cool.
Yep.
Maybe just dropping that out of the Razor Crag somewhere is good.
I think I might have done that. I think it's either I might have pushed forward with the Tar, punched the building, stepped back to played Razor Crag defensively. I think that might have been what I did. It feels like that's almost kind of the best move right there. Alternatively,
yeah. It's your
I
one shot
fade
at Free
away.
Frenzy.
I also de-ascensioned the Vindicator.
Right.
Which was a misplay considering he has Rebuke.
It's no longer in Rebuke kill range. So yeah, he might instatically rip that spell off now. Probably gonna right click or hit the Wild Tar once and then get that spell off.
No, I believe he steps down to, he punches my general, and then he rebukes.
Oh yeah, that works just as well. Yeah. Pumps up the pig. Don't need to put any damage on it because it will damage itself more. And then spreading out to not get hit by the Wild Tar's Frenzy. So pretty sick turn. Vindicator's pretty tall in the back.
Not so long as it stays in the back, I can kind of ignore it.
Yeah, you're not at any risk of it taking a quick step forward. So you don't have to rip your Blood of Air off on it. Could get like the Civ down or something.
Yeah, I believe I end up going Metallurgist and Civ.
Yeah, that seems best. Gives you the board.
And that Mandrake gets ever smaller.
Yeah, playing stuff out plays into Magic, and it's not getting replaced at this point. Has the Biometric Hulks. Does have the Timekeepers in the Starhorn version of the build deck. So could potentially speed it.
Yep. And the fact that it's a massive 10-10
Good for
really
closing
does
games.
make Hulk very, very scary to fight. The Progenitor's also pretty nice as well.
Yeah, I can get a second Mandrake, can get another 10-10 egg. Could just go Biometric Hulk into Progenitor. Okay, setting up a greedier play later. Seems good.
He's absolutely in the position to do it as well.
Yeah, and maybe getting the card draws off this TK is essential to not getting completely tried out.
I think my play here is 100% to replace phasing at this point.
Yeah, Blood of Air the 6/6. A little bit of damage on Vindicator. And actually have a finish on it with the
Yeah,
Celebrant
you
as
can
well.
get rid of it.
Yeah.
Civ once again comes in clutch.
Yeah. Civ miraculously doesn't take any counterattack damage. Guess not unless it was in range to begin with.
And then I get another constraint up. Which means at the very least I can deal with the
Instant
Biometric
giggle off.
Hulk.
Yeah.
I got too many astral phasings for my taste though.
Doesn't really get better in multiples. So probably replacing one of the two of those, and then hopefully getting a small minion that you can immediately inner Oasis.
Yep.
Wasteland Wraith is also consideration because it's a one-sided Wrath.
Yep, one-sided board wipe. Though I know 100% I gotta get rid of the other Biometric Hulk no matter what.
Yeah, because now you have two 10-10s coming. One's coming next turn, the other's coming the turn after. And Civ can't help.
Nope.
In fact,
The
this
Civ
is
is
complete lockdown. It's like we need this Wraith out here to start doing work. But there are so many things out, it's going to be hard for it to survive.
of course I think here it's either gonna be Yep, it's gonna be constraint.
Yeah, that's the only way to not get punched for 10 there.
And at this point, the only conceivable play I think is to drop Wraith
Yeah.
because I'm not gonna benefit from Mentor and Bloodbound spell.
Yep, that's a spot I would put it into, and then Dissension something. And even with
And
everything directed to try and destroy that Wraith, there's no way to do that.
Yep.
So he's just gonna have to full pass the turn and watch his whole board disappear. Gonna be able to take out something like a Several as a consolation prize in the meanwhile. Places and finds a homeostatic rebuke. Curious. Doesn't have enough though to quite get in. Like if this progenitor can go up, get a hit, one of these architects gets a hit, and 1 point of damage from the homeostatic rebuke, then the wraith disappears. Okay, so maybe Duelman's looking to do that.
No, I think instead he's gonna opt to clean up the board as much as possible. Try to put things as neutral.
Not having the extra attack on the wraith is... it's so close to being able to full clear it, but just can't do it. Oh! One of the Kujatas was delayed in exploding.
Yeah, it's because it had something in front of it, I think.
Yeah. Its explosion was cued. So Roko with some pretty miserable spawns.
Yeah. It's because I didn't have 5 procs, that's the only reason. Because if it was 5 procs, he'd been completely surrounded on all sides.
Oh yeah. It's a complete numbers game with it.
But yeah, now the Gigalith right there is now all of a sudden the thing I'm super scared of.
Yeah, you've already used multiple equality constraints. I don't even think you have any more in the deck left. Or I've got the one.
I got one floating around, I think.
Yeah. Well, other option is get hit, because his timekeeper is pushing the clock. Well, this at least sets up for a potential stronger later game, although I think the Razor Crag needed to actually be placed way back so it could fly in from out of bounds.
Yeah.
This gives you the option push more damage from the back. You could fly a golem in, like a small one, and then just punch.
Yeah, and I think my other mindset was I want to get rid of the Gigalith, no matter what, as well.
Yeah. So I'll just place to strike it in a turn.
I think he drops a Timekeeper down as well.
Yep, and draws a bunch of cards thanks to the TK.
I think Gigalith goes face here. I could be wrong.
Yep, there he goes.
And very thankfully, I mill a Celebrant.
Yeah, there goes Celebrant. That's not what you want to be drawing when you're already max mana.
Nope. I think I replaced the Mirage. Yeah, I replaced the Mirage, and I think my best play right here is probably to Reader the Gigalith and then run to the right.
Normally this is the faction you want Mirage against, but unless they're packing Mechanic War Beasts, it doesn't actually do much. Well, got him back in the death grip. But
and then he gets out of it.
Yeah, immediately gets out of that death hold. And has a choice of threats. Probably going to want a Vindicator somewhere back. Rescue RX. I guess it's coming down somewhere. I think he
drops the RX.
The healing it does is going to be so nice for him at this phase. Normally it's healing you don't care much.
Yeah, and then I lose another... I lose my another Oasis and a Metallurgist, so that kind of hurts.
Well, Metallurgist is kind of small at this phase. Oasis would be nice to keep things going. And yeah, the discount for Metallurgist would have been real nice. Turn over turn. EMP.
Not my thought process. Because I have another pair of cards in the hand that's I might more threatening.
Well, yeah. Are you going to introduce your opponent to Lady Locke into Sirocco?
Oh, 100% I am.
I actually would have dropped the EMP just to left me, but this play looks way more impressive. Now the whole screen lights up, and Indubitably is facing elimination in a turn? I don't know, we'll see. Doesn't have a useful replace to get out of it.
I see this could have gone horribly wrong, wherein I don't have any coverage whatsoever with provokes, and everything is just in horrible, terrible spots.
But as it is, this is like a complete lockdown. Seeking Eye cannot find an answer. Rescue RX, I guess, could be time kept to be built slightly quicker, but this Vindicator can't do enough hits. And Lady Luck is even more powerful than the Golem that hands off Provoke, because this Provoke ain't falling off.
Yep. Then he kind of walls himself off of Progenitor.
Yeah, this was the best looking play for sure, being able to just make 3 eggs. And a bit of a heal up.
And I get the Bone Swarm.
Oh! Way to make the lethal puzzle really easy.
And then, like you mentioned earlier, I could just fly another Golem in.
Yeah. Bring it in from downtown.
Yeah, of course I take it from the other farthest
You
part of the
take the
board.
possible furthest one. We really got to witness the Golem flight.
Yep. It needs its victory lap.
Yeah. Good stuff. We saw Skyrock Golems taking to the sky. Ready for game number 2.
Yep, just give me a second to copy paste. Alright, ready to paste.
Colexiel versus the Face. In 3, 2, 1, going into it.
So actually, I swapped things up because I want to get used to my other deck.
Here we are with
As
Zerix.
per, I have an awful opening.
Somehow Civ is always here. Even if it's too early for him, he's still here. Okay, Celebrant is quite a nice replace.
Yep.
Starhorn is still here with the burn. We're seeing spikes, but I'm not seeing any Decimus. So it's just the grow package.
And of course, now these build minions are actually going to stick a bit more often because I don't have any equality constraints.
Yeah, the constraints are actually real nice. It might have even been a stronger deck overall. But this term's not too shabby. I see a Bone Swarm into Civ. Pretty good.
And then I draw a cheeky artifact.
I like attacking a building that's completing anyway. Just to give them the ha.
Yeah, I mean, Xerxes has got to get a warm-up in somehow.
Yeah, there's cool sprites. We might as well put them on display.
And we see a very defensive Gigalith.
Yeah, it's you can never tell how fast it'll build. So it's always sketchy to go up to it, damage it, and then not finish it.
I think I replace Oasis here. I think that's probably the best play.
Yeah. Well, here's Dream Shaper. Yeah, getting card draw before replacing is generally better. But if you replace into something that your card draw is pricing you out of, it's the opposite. I got the Metallurgist in the back line finally.
Yep. Just trying to make sure there's at least something on the board for Dream Shapers to make use of.
Yeah. Yeah. I've definitely made the play, or the mistake of trading in my units and then realizing I needed to keep them around. Pretty stale hand for Indubitablement. Just has 3 sets of Progenitor. Might actually be happy with it, going to double into quadruple into octuple? I don't even know.
And then I play really cheeky right here. It takes me a second to kind of formulate it, though, but I'm going to make a cheeky play.
Yeah, you don't want a Sans Roll Reader to the Progenitor. Well, actually, in this, against a full hand, you do. Maybe you would. Okay, so Wind Dervish taking out the nasty buildings. We don't need 2 Gigaloths. And then several mix an omelet. And to give the play some spice, the sickle is here. Nice.
Yep. And the Manly Mandrake is within range to be played.
Yep, 4 mana 6/6 is pretty nice. Might even be a decent thing to just drop down this turn. Chooses to work on the artifact.
He's going to keep me from getting value.
Yep. That's a pretty good stun target, just based on what it's doing. Civril's really nice for fishing out their backline value engines, so no more card drawing. And there is just sand everywhere at this point.
Yep, rocks and sand.
Yup. Time for a free Mandrake. Could be.
He could get even.
Yeah, Vindicator, Mandrake, Progenitor.
He could get even freer Mandrake if he plays Kuhada.
Well, playing a Vindicator makes it free as well, but that makes it like -1 if that was possible. What, you get a rebate on your mana?
Yeah.
It would be like that Songhai build minion that gives you mana.
I don't see that minion at all. I'm surprised.
There was one deck I think that it was key in, but I just never see it. First time saying Mandrake in a long time. Back before the original game shut down, I was into this because it was cheap appealing power. It's like, wow, you can get a free minion?
Just by playing the game?
And it was one of the lower rarity things, I think, at the time.
I think it was at least a rare card, I think.
Yeah. So not having a blistering score and these eggs are able to propagate. Not a big deal. Just a 6/6 and it's Vindicator in the back. Sandsfurl making short work of the nastiest egg.
And I get the Swarm King out.
Yep. In position to just take the quick win. Rebuke almost fully deals with it.
He's got 2 though.
It has 8 mana. I guess that has to be the play, which is kind of funny. Spend an entire turn, all mana, and almost the entire hand, just really to kill this one nasty blast. Vindicator would survive it. Civ survives. Civ warps forward.
Yeah, no, he warps forward if he attacks himself. It's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the text says. He's a minion damaged by several, so he's pulled in front of him. He has to take a step back now. Funny interaction.
I know.
If you ever need that civ to take a step forward, I guess. Need some knowledge to
Yeah,
know.
no. And then I make my board big again.
Yup. Oh, you can put that Vindicator into a sand trap.
Yep.
And that's it, the final card played. Whereas you've got 2 EMPs and a bunch of stuff. Seems pretty nice. This Mirage again, this is like the wrong matchup for it.
I know. It's just like...
Like in theory, you might be able to get like a Gigaloth by itself and pump up your dervishes, but that doesn't really happen.
Yeah, more often than not, that Gigaloft's gonna be like surrounded by friends too, so those Mirages aren't gonna last.
Yeah, yeah. The
I
real
end up
money
misplaying...
for people who are unaware
Go on.
about the power of Superior Mirage, if you put this on a Mechanic Warbeast, you just get 3 Mechanic Warbeasts that can immediately attack. Pretty backbreaking. But it's a rarity to see a Magmar deck not running them. It just happens to be a lot better at fighting Vitruvians. Might have been a consideration knowing how popular Vitruvians are. Yeah, and
So many dervishes.
even though you've got the excellent value, you're still just going straight at it with these 2 staffs. Could potentially get him in 2 slashes. Doodlement there actually needed to draw spikes to pump up the hell out of this Vindicator. That would have been
It wouldn't be able to move though.
yeah. Sand Trap too strong.
I actually ended up missing the lethal here the first time around. And it was only on a replay that I realized where I had lethal.
Yeah, on here you can hit with your 2 flyers and you're 1 range for sure. So there's 3 damage. If you can clear the thing in front of you... Oh, he just leaves.
Several.
Oh, yeah.
Several to build and
Yeah,
then
the
run
building.
forward.
Yeah, 1 step forward. Okay. So Doodlement must have seen that and tapped out. Good stuff.
Yep.
That gives you 2-0 placement over him. Congratulations. Good stuff.
Thank you.
We are missing a replay, so we're going to be skipping past Kkoryu versus MushyMango. And jumping straight into Kkoryu versus the Face. So we'll see how Indubitablement does here. Ready for this game.
Ready when you are.
Alright, we're going into Kkoryu versus O_O in 3, 2, 1, going. Oh, wait, what numbers did you paste in, by the way? 99 or 93?
99.
Alright, let's start there. Yeah, I'm just realizing now that those were in reverse order. But it actually doesn't matter because the outcome of the first game doesn't affect the second. So this is technically the second game these 2 played. But yeah, we'll see how Kkoryu's take versus this build fiend is. Notable thing, the Azurite Lions are really good at just knocking down these buildings.
Yep, it's a fuzzy wrecking ball.
Yep, so Arclight Sentinel can turn into a 4/1, and then it has 2 attacks. It can just... Well, that's not going to happen here. Also, there is a threat to just attacking. Twin Fang has been deployed, so as we see, already 8 attack. So this the structure's been marked for death, but the cat wasn't pumped up to ensure that
It died.
good usage of tectonic spikes, draw 3 and burn 2. So no
And
more
Kkoryu
sentinels.
loses. Yep.
Yeah. The Sentinels actually would have been really good in this matchup, specifically with the Lions. Oof. Tempest is going to be good here.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Smashes
Kkoryu
down
needs
the...
to run back.
Yeah, this this Twin Fang is gonna be so pumped up from the Tempest. You don't want to donate half your health bar just to take out it. Just throw a Silver Guard at it or something. That's gonna have to be a Tempest pass. Here it is. Nice. Oh no! Oh no!
No, my boy, no,
No!
no,
The game's over!
no, why?
Ah! Oh, we just talked about that. Okay. Well, 20 hit points was the tax to clear that artifact. Oh. Literally everything is lethal now. You might as well just go out with a Tempest.
Yeah, just use Tempest.
No Tempest.
No, okay, he's gonna grind his feet in. All right.
Yep. So we have a record for shortest game. Okay, this is the power of Twin Fang. Twin Fang just ran that game away.
Yep.
Goes up for every time there's any kind of damage, and Tempest damages everything. So gigantic spike up, and then one more point of damage from the counterattack. Holy smokers. That was certainly something. Ready for game number 2.
God, I wonder if that was shorter than my match against Face last season.
That was, yeah, that was 3 turns.
All right, ready when you are.
All right, going into this 93 replay in 3, 2, 1, paste.
Oh, Face does not have a good starting hand, it looks like right here.
Okay.
Neither of them really do.
Yeah, Biometric Hulk is okay. Just get that.
Manly
working away in the back.
Mandrake.
They could eventually get Progenitor.
Oh, yeah. No, like 2 turns he can drop. So yeah, like next turn he can play like Vindicator. And then on the turn before Hulk is done building, he drops Progenitor, and then he gets 2 Hulks the next turn.
Yeah, that
Would be something.
might be pretty unstoppable. We have a very rare opener here from kkoryu doing the 1 step forward. Usually do the 2 steps so you can grab the mana spring with the unit the next turn. Is still going to be able to take out this Vindicator. Some immediate regret. Guess he didn't intend to donate a minion.
Well, I guess the silver lining is it puts RGM within Hulk range now. So it might be
Yeah.
easier for Face to bait RGN back, or kkoryu back.
Yeah. Doesn't need to get his hands dirty. He's got the Sentinel for the clean kill. But it is time to flash Gigaloth, and here's a Progenitor. So now there are very dangerous eggs. Pony can't do it. Immolation can't do it. No! Pony!
Well, he got rid of the Progenitor.
It did get the Progenitor down. It does go both ways though, so the Sentinel hit itself.
Yep.
It actually would have been better to drop the Paragon once these were already built to clear these 10-10s.
Yep. He moves forward.
So we're about to see the Monster Mash.
This is turn 3 again, right?
It's the Graveyard Smash. Ooh,
Oh,
2
God,
10-10s!
Ooh, that
ooh,
giggle.
two
No, they're 13-13s now. Oh my God.
Was this the actual record
This is
for quickest?
brutal.
Holy shit. Well, we're having some cool games. These are some giant plays occurring. Lessons learned, I guess. So fading away a turn and then dropping the pony on those 10-10s would have been good, but he had no idea what he was in for with these build minions coming into play. That's one rough thing about not playing a lot is you can't tell what these things are unless you just know.
Yeah.
But good games nonetheless. Congrats on the face for the 2-0. Let's go into our final series. We got MushyMango versus Indubitablement. Ready for this?
Alrighty. Ready when you are.
Going into our final series in 3, 2, 1, go. Hope I didn't have the overlay up that entire game, because that was a pretty good game.
Yep.
It's a
Okay.
decent replay for them to see. That was good in a way. Droplift is such a weird looking sprite because it has like a sprite in it, the artifact sprite in the sprite. It's like artifacts are a real thing in the game world that are just little spinning hexagonal things with an icon.
Yeah.
I've got this artifact. Droplift being a pretty rare card, you generally don't see it. For stealing artifacts, it's going to be a pretty rare bit.
It's a nice one of, I think.
Yeah, maybe you get yourself like I mean, the artifact we're seeing the most of is the 0 cost one, which would still be a nice one to snatch.
And it's also good for like disrupting the
Regalia.
Elena combo as well.
Oh yeah. Snag a piece of their stuff. Doesn't do a lot, but yeah, better that you have it than them.
Alright, both the Hulks are down.
Yep. Formation. This formation is kind of reminiscent of the previous. Has a really nice spread, and has the progenitor for the turn after.
Yep, he's also not going to get hit by Lost in the Desert either.
Yeah. It's all in line now.
Because I don't believe Mushy does not have anything right now to clean up any of these build minions to even get a Lost off.
This card's so good. I keep building decks around it. Thunderhorn, as it turns out, is a really good way to convince your opponent to separate into little bits so this spell hits.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, MushyMango has replaced Astral Crusaders twice now, so those are going to be 1 costs when they show up now.
The question is, what does he want to do here?
So 1 more turn, and the backline comes to life. It might be time to just rip off the Rebuke.
Yeah, rip off Rebuke and get rid of...
Oh, never mind.
Nope, he's going to Progenitor.
Spicier plays in mind. Okay, gigantic armies here. Or is almost here. Lost in the Desert does some work in clearing it. I think using it to take out the Gigaloths would be okay, but Dio and the Pride Beak can take care of them, so that's probably better.
The only thing he's killing with Lost.
Yeah, this is pretty nice. Takes out the closest at 10, smashes another one. Okay, so this is a really good way to deal with it.
Oh god, 1 cost. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Oh no! 2 Astral Crusaders at 1? How is he so powerful? MushyMango has gotten 4 draws of Astral Crusaders this game at times when they mattered, and is about to get one hell of a payoff for it.
Face, for the love of God, please do not replace Rebuke.
Yeah. Rebuke will one-shot these Crusaders, which are so huge. Oh no! Rebuke was replaced! Well, that's this game. Like, this is such an avalanche that is no longer easily avoidable.
Well, he could draw back into Rebuke.
Yep, always a possibility. They call it the replace bug. We can call it the replace feature. Oh, feature.
Oh, there it is.
Never didn't have it. Well, now it's time to learn about overextension, I guess.
This has been such an informative stream.
We're learning so much. So we can give our players lessons for next season when they come across the build.
Yep. We saw Lost go off, so at least Mushy didn't decide to jump the gun and bust up both of the Crusaders.
Yeah. Yeah, very patiently just holding on to them.
Looks like Face's best play next turn might be to step one forward, punch the Alchemist. Ooh, Tectonic Spikes is good.
Yeah, there's also Bloodbound into dropping 2 eggs somewhere.
Yep.
Problem is, those eggs would be cleaned up in a lot of cases. Although, taking that out and dropping a Mentor where it was, seems like a good setup to me.
Except the Mentor will die to Psionic Strike the next turn.
Okay, so better placement on the Mentor.
Yeah, I don't fight Saj enough, so I always forget about Psionic Strike.
Yeah, she's the least common general, I think. Okay, so now it's time to pull the trigger.
Oh, 100%.
Boom.
Wait, no, he replaced it! Why would
Oh
you
no!
replace it?
He replaced it twice! No! Indubitably had the safety net and was like, I don't need this. Drew it again. Was like, I don't need this. And now can't find it. Has drawn 3 more cards, still can't find it. Oh no. Can't even draw to find it now. That's it. Wow. For a second there, we didn't get the lesson in overextension, and then we got the lesson in replacing removal, and looking at deck lists and noticing that a certain Crusader could be lurking in it. It fortunately has more attack than it has defense, so it almost always works to rebuke it.
I could hypothetically maybe clean one up.
10 damage to it?
No.
Can't even get around this tombstone in his face. Oh no. Lava Lance for 2.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, that's kind of the desperation play right there. Boom. Wow, so by not playing the Astral Crusaders on the first turn that he had the ability to, baited his opponent to replacing the removal that would have 2-for-1 them. We're gonna call that high level play. Congratulations, MushyMango. Ready to go into the final game.
Yep, ready when you are.
Let's do it in 3, 2, 1, pace. We are here for the grand finale of MushyMango versus the Face.
Okay, strong start for Mushy, I think. The Disciples.
Yeah.
I'm hoping Face can replace into something better, though.
Mage Sworn is actually kind of decent in the matchup to turn off all the spikes and the card draw.
And, yep.
And Rebuke does not really work on Mage Sworn, and there's no Plasma, so seems to be lined up nicely. So it's not getting replaced. Oh, and they say that it gets replaced. Well, it is about time for some Disciples.
Yep. Probably going to put the Disciple... I was expecting him to put Disciple up instead of down.
Yeah, to contest this mana that's kind of blocked off. Okay, so we got the opportunity for double transformation. And the 10-10 is going to be a turn too slow to really deal with it. And then has a mana up here for later.
Oh, double Veracity.
Yup. That's the good stuff.
Oh, at least he gets Twin Fang out.
Yeah, Twin Fang might help him get through the velocities. because the pet is going to be the first thing that attacks it. Okay, the pet's not getting any action. Actually, this 10-10 might hit one of these velocities. Yeah.
Yep, out of range of Iluna's Bloodbound spells. It's not going to get stunned, which means he can't clean up both of the Verocities.
Yeah. Really good placements here. Ooh, Flash Freeze. That's a pretty good draw.
Yep, third Disciple.
Yep, suddenly back to the plan of 2/5/5s. And the face is just encased in a block of ice, completely surrounded, so any of these progenitor eggs will immediately get taken care of. Not much for cost reduction. Could drop Kujata Biometric Hulk Architect. That seems decent. So we're doing that play, but it's just the Hulk. Well,
At the
Twin
very
Fangs.
least, he's able to clean up the Verocities now with the Twin Fang counterattack.
Yeah.
Oh, Chromatic Cold.
Chromatic Cold is actually good for pinging artifacts a bit. It's not going to dispel their effects. Well, it does dispel, but it might damage them enough.
Yeah, because he's going to trade 10, make it 11, and then 13.
And it does actually get rid of the pluses that the Twin Fang has handed off so far. So that's pretty useful. Okay. Down to 5 hit points. Options are pretty limited.
I guess he can move 2 up and wall off with the build minions.
That's gotta be
Maybe
it.
buy himself a turn.
Yeah. 2 architects. Just in the same row as this other building.
Yeah.
It's a wall of steel.
Kuhada. Oh, at least he gets the Kuhada out.
There it is. That is a wall of metal. Best play seems to be to fade away and drop this Ember.
He might want to. He's going to want to Rebuke now to get rid of the worm.
Yeah.
All that card draw.
That is so much card draw. Ended up losing a Gigaloth.
Gets a giggle off though.
Yep. Probably needs to do the full defensive formation. Because if there's any opening, then the Emberworm finds it. Of course, we see the removal with the Rebuke, so don't need to think about that unit too much. There are 2 more in the deck.
And unfortunately, Face just does not have enough removal to deal with them. Because he's basically going to rely on having a Rebuke for each one.
Yeah. Rebuke per bomb kind of works if there's only going to be the one of them. So pretty good seismic elemental transformation, destroys all of the architects. No more card draw.
We still see the Hulk though.
Yeah, we're probably going to be seeing all the minions come out. Bunch of eggs.
Oh yeah.
Army in a can again. MushyMango
Oh, Mushy's
got 2/3 of
Mushy's
combo.
supposed to get.
Yeah.
Yep, he's one more away from the combo, and then it's all over.
Yep. Doesn't matter how many eggs there are. Okay. Doesn't get it. Has a Latigris that loves when the combo is going on, so it's not bad.
No, because Frigid Corona draws a card. He still has one more
Ooh.
chance. Doesn't get
Well,
it.
gets a different play. The Spelljammer is probably going to be what gets played though. It's gonna pump the hell out of the Vindicator, but it's gonna find the answer a lot sooner. There we go. Congratulations, MushyMango, on assembling the combo again.
Oh, yep.
Now we just have this incredible, very impressive board of way more stats than is needed that can disappear in a blink of an eye. And it doesn't even matter how you space them apart, because it's so hard to avoid this reach.
And then he's gonna play another Progenitor.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the Progenitor setup for it. Looks like it's super incredible. Including the Timekeeper. Wow, look at that. Does not just kill 99% of decks.
Yep.
Well, MushyMango is playing a 1% deck, so enjoy the show, y'all. Instant sad face emote.
Yeah, don't worry, face. This happened to me twice.
Yeah, I've had this happen to me when I was doing a Lilith Swarm after I just popped off and filled the board with a ton of gigantic Wraithlings. I'm like, alright, I did it. And then I'm like, wait a minute, my opponent isn't really playing stun. There is a little bit of consideration with this though. You have to move quickly. You don't have more than 90 seconds.
If I remember correctly, you're able to queue up all your actions as well.
Yeah. You just need to know where you're going to be and where you're attacking next, and sometimes you need to account for random stuff. MushyMango is considering where he wants to finish up, and has decided he wants to finish up in the face of face, to be like, I am here.
Oh, it sucks that he did not have a Twin Fang off for that.
Yeah, so if he had the Twin Fang up, he'd have like 50 attack power. And an Icy to lock for one more turn.
And that's probably game.
Yeah, Stylus finisher. And there's the Twin Fang. To not be equipped, because it's way too late.
He gets the rebuke, but
Found his removal. His removal is not general removal, though, so Elena can still keep going. But hey, here's the strategy. You get your opponent to slash a bunch, and then you get a stronger counterattack. But without being able to hit 17 damage, this hit, Doodlements, also known as the face, has been erased by MushyMango. 0. Okay. And those are all our games. Good stuff. So we actually have a idea on who is advancing based on the W's that we've got here. So in Group A, it looks like you are at the top. So we'll be seeing some Colexiel advancement. And then it looks like MushyMango is second. So you and MushyMango are going to be on opposite ends on the top bracket.
let's go.
Congratulations. And then as for the other one, it's actually a lot closer. We might even need to be doing a tiebreaker. There's one series I need to double check to make sure I've got the result on right. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna post the update into the channel once we've got the brackets ready, and then we'll know who all is going to be coming in the next round. If we need a tiebreaker, I'll mention that today. Otherwise, we will mention it in 24 hours and then do the usual bit, give people the week to play out their round 1 games, and we'll be flying into the single elim bracket at that point. Thanks again, Colexiel, for coming to join. It was a lot of fun.
Yep. I enjoyed it. Thank you for letting me co-cast.
Yeah, it has been a blast. Let's let's leave it at that. And it has been pretty great, y'all. We don't have any closer words for this bit, so let's just throw it off to the goodbye screen. See y'all. Thanks for watching. Thanks for playing. Have a good one,
It was
everybody.
fun.
Peace out.